There is a particular kind of night that is different from all the others. Not the night when something specific has gone wrong, when the difficulty has a name and the reason for the wakefulness is clear. Those nights are hard, but they have a shape to them. You know what you are dealing with. You know what you are lying awake about. This is a different kind of night. This is the night where the day is technically over. The clock has confirmed it. The darkness outside has confirmed it. The body, which has been quietly asking to stop since somewhere around mid-afternoon, has finally been given permission to be horizontal. And yet something in you, something behind the eyes and underneath the ordinary surface of thought, has not received that information yet. The mind is still running, not about one particular thing, about everything, or about nothing specific, or about the same thought that was circling last night and the night before, moving without arriving, running an engine that was never given a clear off switch. You know this feeling, not because tonight is unusual, but because tonight is familiar. This particular kind of wakefulness, the exhaustion that coexists with a mind that simply will not slow down, has been your companion for longer than you would choose. You have lain here before, in this same dark, in this same particular state, with the same quiet that is not quiet at all. Once you become aware of what lives underneath it, there is a specific kind of time that comes from this. Not the clean tiredness of physical effort, the tiredness that sits in the muscles and asks simply to be horizontal for a while. This is something deeper and harder to manage, the tiredness of a mind that has been managing itself all day. Of a person who has moved through every hour with the anxiety, running quietly underneath everything underneath the conversations and the tasks and the responsibilities and the ordinary moments of an ordinary life, and who has arrived at this bed, having held it together all day without being able to simply put it down. Because that is what today was. Whatever its particular shape, whatever it specifically contains, that is what it cost. The effort of continuing, the effort of appearing fine, or capable, or present, when a significant part of you was occupied with something that does not show on the outside, the meetings attended and the tasks completed from inside a body that was quietly carrying more than the tasks required. The conversations held while the mind was somewhere else entirely, somewhere worrying about something that has not happened yet, or replaying something that cannot be changed. The ordinary moments that were harder to inhabit than they should have been because the worry was already there, filling the available space. You carried all of that through every hour, from the beginning of the day to right now, this moment, lying here in the dark. And now you are here. Perhaps you came to this because you have been here before to something like this. A voice in the dark on a night when the ordinary things had not been enough. Or perhaps tonight is the night you finally decided that the way it has been going is not the only way it can go. That something different is available if you are willing to receive it. Either way, you made a choice tonight that matters more than it might seem in this moment. You did not need to arrive with a quiet mind. You did not need to have already let the day go, already found the stillness, already done whatever preparation might make this evening to enter. You can arrive exactly as you are, the mind still running, the chest still carrying its familiar weight, the worry doing what the worry does. All of that is welcome now. None of it makes this the wrong moment, or you the wrong person for what tonight is going to offer, because tonight is not going to ask anything of you that you do not already have. It is not going to require a performance, or a technique, or the correct emotional state. It is going to ask only one thing: that you stay, that you remain here, in this warmth, in this dark, with this voice, and allow what is already quietly beginning to simply continue. That beginning is already here, already present. It started the moment you lay down, Everything that follows from this point is simply the slow, patient, completely unhurried work of helping you feel what is already true, that tonight, in this room, in this quiet, with this breath, you are exactly where you need to be. My name is Jason, and I want to tell you something before we go any further tonight. I did not make this for listeners. I did not make this for the general category of people who struggle with anxiety, or who have difficulty sleeping, or who find the mind running at hours when it should be still. I made this for the specific person who is lying here right now, in this particular dark, carrying whatever tonight has brought with them into this bed. I made it for the version of you that exists at this hour, tired in the body, alert in the mind, and somewhere underneath both of those things, quietly hoping that this time something might actually be different. That person is who I am speaking to. Not a version of you that has already calmed down, not a version that has successfully let go of the day or found the stillness that sleep seems to require. The version that is actually here, the one that pressed play a few minutes ago, perhaps with some hope, and perhaps with some skepticism, and perhaps with the particular mixture of both that comes from having tried things before and found them wanting. That version of you is entirely welcome here. There are no requirements for tonight. Nothing you needed to have done before lying down. No particular state of mind required. No experience with meditation or hypnosis or any of this. No level of belief in whether it works. You do not need a quiet mind to begin if that were the requirement. Nobody who genuinely needed this would ever be able to use it. The only thing that brought you here tonight is the only thing required to stay the simple willingness to listen. You have already demonstrated that willingness. You demonstrated it the moment you pressed play. So, whatever you brought with you tonight is allowed to be here. The thoughts that are still moving, the chest that has not fully opened, and the particular quality of alertness that anxiety produces at this hour, that sense of being both exhausted and somehow still vigilant, still slightly on watch for something, still not entirely convinced that it is safe to fully stop. Bring all of it. None of it is a problem. None of it is the wrong content for this moment. I want to say something about the skepticism, because I think it deserves acknowledgement rather than dismissal. If you have been living with anxiety for any real length of time, you have probably tried things, perhaps many things. Perhaps you have tried the breathing exercises, and the journaling, and the apps, and the other recordings, and the advice from people who offered it with genuine care, but whose experience of anxiety was different enough from yours that the advice landed slightly beside the point. And perhaps some of those things helped somewhat, and none of them helped completely. And you have arrived at tonight with the specific quiet wariness of someone who still shows up, who still cries, who has not given up, but who is not naive about the distance between what something promises and what it delivers. I am not going to make you promises that tonight cannot keep. What I will tell you is this. For the next several hours, this voice is here. It is not going anywhere. It has nowhere else to be, and nothing it needs from you except your presence, which you have already given. Whatever happens tonight, whether the sleep comes quickly or slowly, whether the mind quietens early or resists for a while before it settles, whether you feel the releasing immediately or gradually across the chapters ahead, this voice will be the thread running through all of it, steady, unhurried, on your side, in a way that does not require anything from you in return. The voice you are listening to right now has been where you are tonight. Not in an abstract way, in a specific way of knowing what it is to lie in the dark with a mind that will not stop to feel the tiredness without being able to reach the sleep, to carry something through every hour of every day and arrive at a night still carrying it. I'm not speaking to you from somewhere better, from the far side of a difficulty that I have fully resolved. I am speaking to you from alongside, which is the only honest place to speak from. And from alongside, I want to tell you that what is going to happen over the next several hours is real, not magic, not a cure, not the permanent resolution of everything that brought you here tonight. Simply real, genuine, physical, felt experience of releasing what the body has been holding and arriving, gradually and without force, at the kind of deep and honest rest that your body has been asking for. That rest is available to you. It has always been available to you. Tonight, finally, we are going to find it together. So settle a little further into wherever you are. Let the back of the head find its place on the pillow. Let the shoulders be wherever they naturally fall. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to brace against. The only thing left to do is continue. And you are already doing it. My name is Jason, and I want to tell you something before we go any further tonight. I did not make this for listeners. I did not make this for the general category of people who struggle with anxiety, or who have difficulty sleeping, or who find the mind running at hours when it should be still. I made this for the specific person who is lying here right now, in this particular dark, carrying whatever tonight has brought with them into this bed. I made it for the version of you that exists at this hour, tired in the body, alert in the mind, and somewhere underneath both of those things, quietly hoping that this time something might actually be different. That person is who I am speaking to. Not a version of you that has already calmed down. Not a version that has successfully let go of the day or found the stillness that sleep seems to require. The version that is actually here. The one that pressed play a few minutes ago, perhaps with some hope, and perhaps with some skepticism, and perhaps with a particular mixture of both that comes from having tried things before and found them wanting. That version of you is entirely welcome here. There are no requirements for tonight. Nothing you needed to have done before lying down. No particular state of mind required. No experience with meditation or hypnosis or any of this. No level of belief in whether it works. You do not need a quiet mind to begin, if that were the requirement. Nobody who genuinely needed this would ever be able to use it. The only thing that brought you here tonight is the only thing required to stay the simple willingness to listen. You have already demonstrated that willingness. You demonstrated it the moment you pressed play. So, whatever you brought with you tonight is allowed to be here. The thoughts that are still moving. The chest that has not fully opened. The particular quality of alertness that anxiety produces at this hour. That sense of being both exhausted and somehow still vigilant. Still slightly on watch for something. Still not entirely convinced that it is safe to fully stop. Bring all of it. None of it is a problem. None of it is the wrong content for this moment. I want to say something about the skepticism, because I think it deserves acknowledgement rather than dismissal. If you have been living with anxiety for any real length of time, you have probably tried things, perhaps many things. Perhaps you have tried the breathing exercises, and the journaling, and the apps, and the other recordings, and the advice from people who offered it with genuine care, but whose experience of anxiety was different enough from yours that the advice landed slightly beside the point. And perhaps some of those things helped somewhat, and none of them helped completely. And you have arrived at tonight with the specific, quiet awareness of someone who still shows up, who still tries, who has not given up, but who is not naive about the distance between what something promises and what it delivers. I am not going to make you promises that tonight cannot keep. What I will tell you is this. For the next several hours, this voice is here. It is not going anywhere. It has nowhere else to be, and nothing it needs from you except your presence, which you have already given. Whatever happens tonight, whether the sleep comes quickly or slowly, whether the mind quietens early or resists for a while before it settles. Whether you feel the releasing immediately or gradually across the chapters ahead, this voice will be the thread running through all of it, steady, unhurried, on your side in a way that does not require anything from you in return. The voice you are listening to right now has been where you are tonight, not in an abstract way, in the specific way of knowing what it is to lie in the dark with a mind that will not stop, to feel the tiredness without being able to reach to sleep, to carry something through every hour of every day, and arrive at the night still carrying it. I am not speaking to you from somewhere better, from the far side of a difficulty that I have fully resolved. I am speaking to you from alongside, which is the only honest place to speak from. And from alongside, I want to tell you that what is going to happen over the next several hours is real. Not magic, not a cure, not the permanent resolution of everything that brought you here tonight. Simply real, a genuine, physical, felt experience of releasing what the body has been holding and arriving, gradually and without force, at the kind of deep and honest rest that your body has been asking for. That rest is available to you. It has always been available to you. Tonight, finally, we are going to find it together. So, settle a little further into wherever you are. Let the back of the head find its place on the pillow. Let the shoulders be wherever they naturally fall. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to brace against. The only thing left to do is continue, and you are already doing it. There is something that needs to be said about the anxiety itself before we go any further. Not about managing it or reducing it or finding techniques to keep it from interfering with the life you are trying to live. Something more fundamental than that. Something about what the anxiety actually is, because the way most people have come to understand their own anxiety is not quite accurate, and the inaccuracy costs them something real every single day. The anxiety is not a flaw. It is not evidence that something is wrong with you specifically, that your mind is broken in a way that other minds are not, that you lack some quality of resilience or capability that would allow you to simply stop worrying if you only knew how. It is not weakness. It is not a character failing dressed in neurological language. It is not something that a sufficiently disciplined or enlightened or mentally healthy person would not experience. It is a nervous system doing its job, specifically and precisely doing the job it was designed to do. The nervous system was built over a very long period of human history to detect threat, to sound the alarm, and to mobilize the body and the mind against danger. This system is extraordinarily good at what it does. It is fast, it is sensitive, it does not wait for certainty before it activates. It responds to possibility, to suggestion, to the subtle signals of potential threat that a less tuned system would miss entirely. For most of human history, this sensitivity was not a problem. It was a survival advantage. The difficulty is that the nervous system cannot always distinguish between a physical threat in the immediate environment and a thought about something that might happen in the future. It responds to both with the same urgency. It sounds the same alarm. It tightens the same muscles and shortens the same breath and narrows the same focus onto the perceived source of danger. And it does this whether the danger is real and present or imagined in the future, or somewhere in the complicated territory in between. Your nervous system has been doing this for you today, through every moment of your managed worry, and the held composure, and the thoughts that arrived without invitation, and were politely escorted back below the surface. The nervous system was doing exactly what it learned to do. It was trying to protect you. In its way, it was trying to take care of you. The fact that the taking care has become exhausting, that the protection has become a kind of prison, that the alarm keeps sounding in rooms where there is genuinely nothing to be alarmed about, none of that means the system has failed. It means the system is very good at a job that is no longer being asked of it in the way it was designed to perform. Perhaps you have known this in some part of yourself for a long time. Perhaps you have read about the fight-or-flight response and the amygdala and the way chronic stress rewires the nervous system over time, and you have nodded along with the clinical description while still feeling, underneath all the understanding, that something is fundamentally wrong with you in a way the clinical description does not quite account for. I want to offer something to that feeling tonight. You are not alone in this room, in this experience, in this particular kind of night. The view from inside chronic anxiety can be a very isolated one. The difficulty is largely invisible. The management is continuous and exhausting and completely unobserved by anyone outside your own head. And the sheer ordinariness of the days you have gotten through while carrying this can make it feel as though the carrying is simply your own private failure to be normal. It is not. There are people lying in their own darks tonight, in rooms all over the world having precisely this night, carrying precisely this weight, arriving at precisely this hour, with precisely this combination of exhaustion and wakefulness. The body asking for one thing, and the mind delivering another. They are not all the same person, and they are not all carrying the same specific worry, but the quality of the experience, the running mind, the held chest, the particular flavour of this kind of tired that is shared, that is human. That is the honest record of a nervous system that has been working very hard for a very long time in service of a person who deserves more rest than it has been allowed. Tonight you do not have to carry it alone. Tonight, the nervous system that has been running the show all day is going to receive, gradually and gently and with great patience, the signal it has been waiting for. The signal that says the watch is over, that the room is safe, that the person it has been protecting so faithfully is held and warm and does not need to be defended from the dark. That signal begins with the next breath, and it has already started. So here is what tonight is for. Not for solving the things that the anxiety has been circling, not for arriving at the answers that the worried mind has been searching for through all the hours of this day and the days before it. The searching mind, in this particular state, at this particular hour, is not doing its best thinking, and somewhere underneath the searching, some part of you already knows this. The thoughts that arrive at this hour tend to be larger and darker and more certain of catastrophe than the same thoughts will be in the morning light. The problems that feel permanent at midnight have a way of looking different after a genuine night of rest. Not solved, necessarily, but different, more proportionate, more possible to meet. Tonight is for the rest that makes that difference possible. Specifically the deep, genuine, physical and emotional rest that your body has been asking for, and that the anxiety has been standing between you and for longer than either of you would choose. Tonight is for releasing what the body has been holding since this morning. The tension in the shoulders that has been there since before you were fully awake. The chest that has not completely opened all day. The jaw that has been slightly clenched through every conversation and every quiet moment and every hour of the managed life. Tonight is for all of that to be gently, gradually, honestly released. Not because the things causing it have disappeared, but because this room, right now, genuinely does not require the body to hold them. And tonight is for something else, too. It is for the calm that has been underneath the anxiety this entire time. The quiet that the running mind has been covering up without meaning to, simply by moving too fast for it to be noticed. That quiet is real. It is not manufactured by what follows tonight. It is not a state that has to be built from nothing. or achieved through the correct performance of relaxation. It exists already in you, in the body that is lying here right now. It has been here through every anxious day of your life, underneath all of it, patient and steady and entirely undisturbed by the weather passing above it. Tonight you are going to find it, not all at once. The finding happens gradually in the releasing of the body, section by section, beginning with the feet and moving upward, in the breath that deepens without being forced to deepen, in the thoughts that are noticed rather than followed, observed rather than engaged, to allow to pass rather than pulled into the ongoing story the worried mind keeps trying to complete, in the warmth that moves into the places where the tension was, in the space that opens where the carrion was. Each part of the night builds on the last. Each section takes you a little further from the surface of the day and a little deeper into the quiet that is waiting. You do not need to rush toward any of it. Rushing is the one thing that will slow the arriving, because rushing is simply another form of the anxiety's forward reaching. The insistence on getting to the outcome before the process is complete. Tonight has its own pace, and that pace is slower than the anxious mind would prefer, and that slowness is precisely the point. Let tonight move at its own pace. Your only role in what follows is the simplest and most important one you have ever been asked to perform, to stay, to remain here in this warmth, with this voice, as each section of tonight does the specific work it was built to do. You do not need to understand how it works. You do not need to monitor whether it is working. You do not need to do anything at all except remain willing, which you already are, which you demonstrated the moment you pressed play, and have continued to demonstrate with every breath since. The deep calm is coming. It is not far from here, and the path to it does not require effort or performance or the correct emotional state. It requires only the one thing you are already giving in the present, here, now, in this room, in this dark, with the breath that is already slightly fuller than it was at the beginning, and the body that is already, very quietly, beginning to receive what tonight has come to give. That receiving starts now. Before anything else tonight, before the breath work, and the releasing, and the gradual deepening into everything that follows, there is something more immediate than all of that. Your body is lying somewhere right now, in a specific position, at a specific temperature, with the weight of it distributed across whatever surface is holding it. And that body, which has been carrying you through every hour of this day, which has not once complained, or asked for acknowledgement, or required anything from you, except the occasional refueling deserves, before anything else happens tonight, to be genuinely comfortable, not approximately comfortable, not comfortable enough that you could probably sleep if you had to, in the way that exhaustion eventually overrides even an awkward position. Actually comfortable, the specific, deliberate, unhurried comfort of a body that has been given full permission to arrange itself however it needs to be arranged for the next several hours, with nothing required of it, and nothing being asked of it, and no correct configuration to achieve. So take a moment now, a real moment, not a perfunctory 30 seconds before the real session begins, because this is the real session beginning to make whatever adjustments the body is quietly asking for. If there is a coolness anywhere that wants covering, bring the blanket a little higher. If there is a warmth that is more than you need, push it slightly back. If the pillow is not quite where the head needs it to be, shift it. If the arms have landed in a position that is not entirely easy, move them. If the hips are carrying any slight twist or compression, release it. There is no hurry here. There is genuinely no hurry anywhere in this night, but there is especially no hurry here in this first settling. Every adjustment you make is an act of care toward the body that has been asking for care all day. Every small movement toward greater comfort is the beginning of the releasing the body, receiving the message that tonight it does not need to perform or endure or manage. It only needs to be. Let the back of the head find its place on the pillow now. Not pressed forward, not tilted to one side, simply resting. The full and considerable weight of the head given entirely to the softness beneath it. The head is heavy. Most people do not realize how heavy it is until they allow it to be fully surrendered to something that can hold it without effort. Let the pillow hold it tonight, completely, without reservation. Let the shoulders fall, not pulled back into the posture of wakefulness, not rounded forward into the posture of defended sleep, simply drop, released from wherever the day has held them, which is almost certainly higher than they needed to be, and higher than you consciously chose them to be. The shoulders tend to rise with anxiety, gradually and without announcement, until the elevation becomes so familiar that it simply feels like the way shoulders are. Let them remember, tonight, where they actually belong. Low, soft, spread slightly away from the neck, resting against the surface beneath them. Let the arms lie wherever they naturally fall. If the hands have been closed, and for many people who carry anxiety through their body, the hands tend to curl slightly, holding something that was never consciously picked up, and let them open. Let the fingers uncurl. Let the palms soften and face upward or downward, whatever requires less effort, whatever feels like less holding. Hands that are open are hands that are not braced against anything. The nervous system notices this. It registers the open hand as a signal, one of many signals that tonight will offer that the defense is no longer necessary. Let the legs settle into the mattress, the feet falling gently outward, the hips finding their natural width, the knees softening to wherever they want to be. The body, in this position, on this surface, in this room, it belongs here. It has arrived somewhere it is allowed to be. Now, feel the surface beneath the whole body. Whatever is holding you right now, the mattress, the cushion, the bed, feel how completely it supports you, not conditionally. Not as long as you hold yourself correctly, or remain still, or deserve to be held. Simply and completely, the way surfaces hold bodies, because that is what surfaces do, and what bodies need. Every part of you, from the heel to the back of the skull, is being held, right now, without any requirement from you in return. You do not have to hold yourself up tonight. You are already being held. And now, before anything deepens, before the breathwork begins, and the releasing extends, and the quiet starts to build, notice that something has already happened. Something small and real. In the adjustment and the settling and the giving of the body to the surface beneath it, something has already begun that could not have begun without it. The body has received its first message of the night, not from the words, not from the technique, but from the simple, generous act of being given exactly what it needed. That act is the beginning of everything that follows, and it has already started working. The body is already breathing. It did not wait for instruction. It did not pause while you were adjusting the pillow and settling the shoulders and giving the hands their permission to open it. It simply continued, as it always continues. The way the body manages all of its essential work, without announcement, without requiring your involvement, without once asking whether you were paying attention. The breath was here before you arrived. It will be here when the words eventually fade and the sleep takes over completely. In the entire span of your life, through every difficult hour and every ordinary one, the breath has not missed a single cycle. There is something worth noticing now. If you allow yourself to notice it, bring your awareness to the breath now. Not to change it, not yet, and perhaps not ever, because the breath does not need to be improved tonight. Only notice. Simply become aware that it is happening. Feel the slight movement at the nostrils as the air arrives cooler on the inhale, fractionally warmer on the exhale, the body's most continuous and unremarkable exchange with the world. Feel wherever the breath is landing in the body, the chest rising slightly, or the belly, or both. Whichever you notice more clearly in this moment, either is completely correct. The body knows how it needs to breathe tonight. Your only role right now is to observe it doing so. Now feel the breath leaving, the slow, unhurried release of the exhale, the chest or the belly gently falling, the body returning to its resting point between one cycle and the next. Notice that the exhale is slightly longer than the inhale, not because you have made it so, but because this is the body's natural design. The exhale is where the releasing happens. The exhale is the breath's most direct communication to the nervous system that the moment is safe, that the urgency has passed, that the body can continue its return toward rest. Stay with one complete breath, just one, in and then all the way out. And now notice what happens at the very end of the exhale, that small, still pause before the next inhale begins. The body's own resting point, built into every breath cycle, existing in every breath you have ever taken and every breath you will ever take. In that pause, for just the length of it, there is something that could be called quiet. Not the manufactured quiet of a mind that has been told to be silent. The natural quiet that lives in the body's own breath, brief, available, requiring nothing, simply there at the end of every exhale, every time. That pause has always been there. Tonight you are simply beginning to notice it. Now, and this is not an instruction to perform, this is simply an offering. With the very next breath in, allow it to travel a little lower than the last one, not a deep breath taken deliberately, not a performance of correct breathing, simply a slight expansion of permission, allowing the belly to rise a little, the lower ribs to open outward a little, the breath to occupy a little more room than the anxiety has been giving it all day. The anxiety tends to keep the breath high and short and slightly controlled up from the chest, away from the belly, where it can be quickly available for whatever urgency might be about to arise. Tonight, nothing urgent is arriving. The breath can be a little lower, a little fuller, a little more at ease in the body that has been carrying it. You may feel something happen when the breath reaches a little lower, a slight loosening somewhere in the chest, the mild, specific sensation of something that has been held fractionally released, a small softening in the belly as the muscles there receive the signal that they no longer need to be braced, an almost imperceptible change in the quality of the moment, a brief, genuine, entirely unmanufactured hint of something that is not yet calm, but is the direction of calm. The body is responding, not to a technique being performed correctly, to a condition of safety being offered. The breath, when it is given a little more room, when it is allowed to move a little more freely to a body that is no longer braced against imminent urgency, does something that cannot be forced or manufactured. It settles, gradually, without announcement, breath by breath. It moves toward the rhythm that the body uses when it is genuinely at rest, slower, fuller. The pauses at the bottom a little longer, the chest a little more willing to fully empty before the next breath begins. You do not need to make this happen. You only need to allow it to continue. Each breath out carries something with it tonight. Not dramatically quietly, the way the tide carries things away from the shore without effort and without announcement. A little of the tightness in the chest, a little of the alertness that has been keeping the mind running, a little of the weight of the day moving with each exhale. Not all at once, not completely, simply a little further away with every breath. And with each breath in, something arrives in its place, not yet calm, something smaller than calm, and more immediate than it's simply the honest physical sensation of a body that is being allowed, breath by breath, to take a step in the right direction. The breath has been here your whole life. It is here, right now, and it is already, in its quiet and continuous way, doing exactly what tonight needs it to do. Something is happening in the body right now that is worth understanding, not as a piece of information to be filed away, but as something that will make everything that follows tonight feel more trustworthy, more real, more worth staying for. The breath that has been deepening in the last few minutes is not just a relaxation exercise. It is a direct conversation with the most important communication system in the body, and the body is responding to that conversation in ways that are specific, measurable, and entirely on your side. Here is what is actually happening in plain language. Every time you exhale fully, every slow, complete, unhurried breath out, a signal travels along the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the longest nerve in the body. It runs from the brainstem all the way down through the throat and the chest and into the abdomen, connected to the heart and the lungs and the digestive system and nearly every organ that matters. It is the body's primary communication highway between the brain and the rest of the physical self, and it carries two kinds of traffic. One kind says, emergency, mobilize, stay alert, prepare. The other says, safe, rest, the emergency is over, return to ease. The full exhale sends a second kind. Every complete breath out you take tonight sends a message along that highway that the nervous system has been waiting all day to receive. Not a message that everything is fine. The vagus nerve does not deal in reassurance. It deals in signals, and the signal of the full exhale is specific and unmistakable. The body is not bracing. The breath is not being held in readiness. Whatever the threat was, the breath is no longer being rationed against it. The body can begin, gradually, to stand down. The nervous system responds to this signal. Not instantly chronic anxiety has often trained the system to be slow to respond to safety signals because it has learned not to trust them fully. But gradually, with each exhale, with each breath that is allowed to be complete rather than kept short and controlled, the response builds. The heart rate very slightly decreases. The muscles, which have been carrying a degree of tension in service of the alert state, receive the signal that they can release a little of that readiness. The shallow, high chest breathing that anxiety produces begins to give way, breath by breath, to the deeper, slower, belly-involved breathing that the body uses when it is genuinely at rest. You can feel this if you pay attention to the right places. The chest, which was perhaps tight when you first lay down, notice whether it is slightly more open now. Not completely open, not transformed, but fractionally different from where it was. A small, but real change. The belly, which may have been held in a controlled, compressed way that anxious bodies hold the stomach through their day's notice, whether it is moving a little more freely with the breath now, rising a little on the inhale, falling a little more completely on the exhale. The jaw, perhaps notice whether it has loosened even a fraction from wherever it was holding. The shoulders, whether they have dropped even slightly from the elevation they maintained through the day. These small changes are not small. They are the body's first honest responses to the condition of safety that the breath has been building. And they matter because of what they produce next, because the body's releasing and the nervous system's response to the breath do not simply produce physical relaxation. They produce a change in the quality of the mind. When the nervous system begins to move from its alert state toward its resting state, the mind follows. Not immediately, and not completely. The anxious mind has its own momentum and its own investment in its current activity. But the relationship between the body and the mind runs in both directions. And tonight, you are using the body, specifically the breath, to communicate something to the mind that the mind cannot achieve through thinking alone. You are telling it that it is safe, not in words, in the language the body speaks, in the full exhale, the open hands, the settled shoulders, the breath that is travelling a little lower than it was. These are not metaphors for safety. They are the body's actual safety signals, the specific physical cues that the nervous system was designed to receive and respond to. And the nervous system, however practiced it has become at maintaining its alert state, cannot entirely ignore them when they are consistently and patiently delivered. So every breath matters tonight, not as a performance, not as a technique that must be executed correctly to produce the right result, simply as a continuous, available, always present act of telling the body what the body needs to hear that right now, in this room, in this moment. The emergency is over. The breath can be full, the body can be warm, the shoulders can be low, the chest can be open, the belly can rise and fall freely without being rationed against the danger that is not here. Each breath out is the body's most immediate and honest act of release. Each breath in is the body's most continuous act of self-care, and they are both happening right now, without effort and without your management, doing their quiet and faithful work through every moment of this night. There is a part of you that has been keeping watch. You may not have consciously chosen it. This kind of watching tends to develop quietly, over time, in the gaps between difficult experiences, until it simply becomes the default mode of moving through the world. Always slightly alert, always carrying a small reserve of readiness for whatever might arrive next. The part of the awareness that keeps one ear open, even in the apparent safety of an ordinary room. The part that finds it genuinely difficult, sometimes impossible, to fully release, because releasing fully has not always been safe. And the nervous system learned that lesson with great thoroughness and has not yet received compelling evidence that the lesson no longer applies. This part has been working hard today. It managed the morning, the first few minutes of wakefulness, when the anxiety tends to be loudest, and the list of things to worry about presents itself before the eyes are fully opened. It managed the day, every conversation and task and interaction that required the monitoring of multiple things simultaneously, the outward management and the inward bracing running in parallel all day long. It managed the evening, the winding down that never quite arrived yet wound down, the quiet that is supposed to be restful, but that this part of you tends to experience as simply a change in the kind of vigilance required rather than the absence of it. And now it is managing this. Lying here in the dark, this watchful part is still partly engaged, still checking, still carrying a low level of readiness, still not entirely certain that the moment it releases its grip will not be the moment something goes wrong. This is not a flaw. This is a faithful, exhausting, deeply loyal work of a part of you that has been keeping you safe, in its way, through every difficult season of your life. It deserves recognition for that. Genuine recognition, not the dismissive acknowledgement that precedes being told to simply stop, but the real kind, the kind that sees how hard this part has worked and how long it has been doing so without rest. So let it have that recognition now. Whatever brought this watchfulness into being, whatever the specific history that taught the nervous system that remaining alert was the responsible position to hold, it was responding to something real. The vigilance was not invented. It was earned through experience, and it has served you in ways that a life without it might not have navigated as well. This part of you that will not quite let go is not a problem to be solved. It is a loyal and tired guardian that has simply not received clear enough permission to stand down. Tonight, that permission is here. Because there is nothing in this room that requires guarding, nothing in this hour that will go wrong because the watch was lowered. The things that are yours to care for will still be yours in the morning, unchanged, patient, waiting, and you will meet them with more genuine capability after a night of real rest than you could ever find from the other side of a night spent in quiet vigilance over an empty room. The watching mind is not protecting anything tonight by staying alert. It is simply keeping itself company in the dark, out of a habit that has not yet learned that is no longer necessary. You can tell it now, if you like, not as a command, as a communication. Something like, the work is done for tonight, the doors are closed, the day is finished. The people who need you will still need you in the morning, and you will be there for them, restored and more present than the tired, watching version of yourself could ever be. For now, for these hours, there is nothing to monitor. There is only this warmth, this breath, this body, finally, lying still in a room that is entirely, genuinely safe. Let the shoulders drop one more time, not because they rose without your noticing, though they may have, but simply as an act of deliberate release. The signal of the shoulder falling is specific, and the nervous system speaks this language. Let the jaw loosen slightly, the teeth parting just enough that they are no longer pressed together, the muscles of the face and the neck releasing the last trace of the day's held expression. Let the hands, if they have closed again, open once more, palms softening, fingers uncurling. These small gestures are communications, not technique. They say to the part of you that has been watching, you are heard, you are seen. The work you have done today is real, and the tiredness you carry from it is real. And tonight, finally, genuinely, with no conditions and no caveats and no asterisks, the watch is over. The room is safe. The body can rest, and the deep releasing that everything tonight has been building toward is ready, now, to begin. Begin at the very bottom of yourself. Your feet, those particular and largely unacknowledged parts of the body that have been doing their work since the moment you stood up this morning, carrying your full weight through every room, every floor, every pavement and corridor, an ordinary stretch of ground that the day required you to cross. They have been underneath everything, every anxious moment, every managed conversation, every hour of the day that asked more of you than it gave back. The feet were there, below, all of it, doing what feet do, without complaint, and without recognition, and without once requiring you to notice them doing it. Bring your awareness there now, not to do anything to them, not to stretch them, or move them, or produce any particular sensation, simply to notice them, to become aware, perhaps for the first time today, that they exist, that they are here, resting now, no longer required to take you anywhere. The day is finished, and there is nowhere left to go, and the feet which have been in service of every destination the day required are finally, completely done. Notice the soles of the feet first. Whatever they are resting against the mattress, the sheet, the slight cool of the air, simply feel the contact, or the absence of it. Feel the temperature there. Feet tend to run a little cooler than the rest of the body, particularly at the end of days that have been spent in the particular kind of tension that anxiety produces. The tension that keeps the circulation slightly constricted, slightly pulled toward the center and away from the extremities. Or perhaps yours are already warming beneath the blanket, the blood returning now as the alert state has begun to ease. Simply notice whatever is actually there, without needing it to be different from what it is. Now, bring your awareness to the toes. Each one, if you like the smallest on the outside edge of each foot, slightly curled perhaps, slightly held, without your having chosen to hold them. Let them uncurl. Let them release into whatever position they naturally fall when nothing is required of them. There is something almost surprising about how much tension lives in the toes, how much those small joints hold across a day of shoes and floors, and the unconscious gripping that comes from a body that has been braced. They do not need to grip anything tonight. Let them rest. Let the arches of the feet soften. That particular tightness that comes from a day of standing, of walking, of being on a specific muscular holding that keeps the arch of the foot prepared for the next step. The next step is not coming tonight. Let the arches release. Let the heels become heavy against the surface beneath them, sinking just slightly with each exhale, the weight of them given back to the mattress without reservation. The ankles are very small, hard-working joints that adjust and respond to every uneven surface, every slight change in direction, every moment of the day that required balance. Let the muscles around the ankles go. Let the joints there simply rest, not braced, and not ready, and not preparing for anything, simply resting. The way joints rest when they are finally given the environment. They were designed for warmth, stillness, the absence of demand. Move upward through the calves. These muscles work harder than most people realize, not just in walking and standing, but in the quiet, continuous effort of returning blood back up towards the heart against the pull of gravity. A day of the particular stillness that anxiety produces, the sitting and the holding and the not quite moving, asks a great deal of the calves in ways that feel like nothing on the outside. You might feel them now as something dense, something that has been working quietly and is only noticeable in the stillness. Let that density begin to soften. With each breath out, imagine the muscles of the calves releasing a little of what they have been holding. Not all at once, just gradually, the way warmth spreads slowly into something cold. Through the shins, through the knees, each part of the lower leg noticed and released and given back to the surface, holding it. The thighs now those large, strong muscles that have been carrying the weight of the body in the day and everything the day contained. Let them become heavy. Not the heaviness of exhaustion that presses and constricts. The heaviness of release, the muscles giving up effort, the body surrendering to gravity, trusting the mattress to do the holding so the muscles no longer have to. Heavy, warm, done. The feet and legs have brought you here. Their work for tonight is completely finished. Rest for a moment in the hips. There's no need to rush through this area. The hips deserve more time and more patient attention than the body scan usually gives them. More of the quiet and deliberate noticing that allows deep tissue to genuinely release rather than simply acknowledge an instruction and continue holding. The hips are where the body stores more of the day's anxiety than almost any other region, and they store it below the level of ordinary awareness. In muscles that have been engaged so continuously and so quietly that their tension has stopped registering as tension and simply feels like the way the body is. So stay here for a while. Bring your awareness to the hip joints themselves first, those deep ball and socket connections where the ribs meet the pelvis. These joints carry more than their share of the body's weight and movement. They rotate and flex and extend and stabilize everything above and below them in a way that the body rarely acknowledges consciously. Feel them resting now in their natural position. The muscles around them neither pulled tight nor pressed open. Simply resting in the middle ground that is their natural state, and nothing is being asked of them. Let the outer hips soften. The muscles along the sides of the pelvis, the ones that engage when you stand, that work to keep you upright and balanced, that hold the body in its ready position through every waking hour, let them release now. They do not need to keep you upright tonight. The surface beneath you is doing that entirely without their involvement. Your only role is to allow the muscles to give up that particular effort and become heavy, soft, resting, move into the inner thighs, an area that holds tension in ways that are often invisible until attention arrives there. The muscles there tend to carry a specific kind of holding, not the bracing of the outer muscles, but a quieter, more internal holding, the kind that comes from a body that has been drawing itself slightly inward, slightly protective, in the way that anxious bodies tend to move through the world. Let the muscles there release their grip, not forced open, not stretched, simply softened, the way a fist unclenches when the hand is finally, genuinely, completely relaxed. Now, bring your awareness to the pelvis itself, the tailbone resting against the mattress, sinking just slightly with each exhale, the weight of it given back to the surface without condition. The sacrum, that broad, flat bone at the base of the spine, the anchor point of the entire lower body, heavy and warm against whatever is holding it. Let the pelvis become heavy in the same way the legs already have. Let it sink. Let the surface beneath it receive that weight as it receives everything tonight, without requiring anything in return. The lower back now. This is worth particular attention. The lower back carries more of the day's anxiety than almost anywhere else in the body. The accumulated strain of hours spent sitting in a particular way that anxious people sit, slightly forward, slightly braced, the lumbar muscles working constantly against the pull of a spine that has been held in readiness all day. You might feel something there when the awareness arrives, a tightness, a density, something that has been quietly asking for attention since mid-morning and has not received it until now. Let the awareness rest there without trying to fix or force or stretch anything. Simply acknowledge it, simply notice it. And, with each breath out, invite the muscles on either side of the lower spine to soften just a little, just enough to begin the releasing that this area has been waiting for all day. With each breath in, warmth arrives here. With each breath out, something releases. Not all at once, not dramatically. Simply the slow, patient, ordinary work of the body, finally given the quiet it needs to begin letting go of what it has been holding in service of a day that is now completely finished. This area of the body, the hips, the pelvis, the lower back, is where so much is stored that the mind does not always have language for the emotions that move through the day without being fully felt. The tension of managed moments that had to be held together from the outside while something more complicated was happening on the inside. The quiet, accumulated weight of being a person in the world who has been carrying more than the day's events alone. The body holds all of this here, below the awareness threshold, in the deep tissue of the hips and the pelvis and the base of the spine. And it holds it with extraordinary patience and extraordinary faithfulness. You do not need to know any of it tonight. You do not need to understand it, or resolve it, or work through it in the dark. You only need to rest in this part of the body, with your awareness and your breath, and allow whatever has been held to begin very gently, very gradually, without drama or force finding its way toward the surface, and then releasing into the warmth, into the quiet, into the night that is holding all of it now, so you do not have to. Let the awareness rise now through the belly and into the chest, the belly first. Notice how it is breathing right now, whether the breath is moving there at all, whether the belly is rising and falling with each cycle, or whether the breath has been moving higher than that, up in the chest, kept short and controlled, and slightly rationed in the way that the body breathes, when it has not yet fully received the message that the urgency is over. Even is completely fine. Simply notice it. There is no correct observation here. Simply the honest noticing of where things actually are. And now, very gently, without forcing anything and without performing anything, Allow the next breath in to travel a little lower than the last. Not a deep breath taken deliberately, not a technique being executed, simply an invitation to the belly to be involved in what is already happening. Let the belly rise just slightly with the next inhale. Let the lower ribs expand outwards, just a little. Let the body breathe in the way it breathes when it is deeply, genuinely at rest from the belly upward, full and slow and entirely without effort. Feel the belly rising now, and with the exhale, feel it fall. The muscles of the abdomen softening, releasing, returning to their resting position without holding anything in or pulling anything tight, simply falling. The way the belly falls in sleep. The way it falls in the bodies of children who have not yet learned to hold themselves against the world. This is how the body breathes when it is safe. This is how it breathes tonight. Now, bring your awareness to the rib cage, those curved and protective bones that have been expanding with every breath in and contracting with every breath out through every moment of your life. Feel them moving now, the ribs expanding outward and slightly upward as the breath arrives, falling gently inward as it departs. This motion is so automatic, so continuous, so deeply embedded in the body's ordinary functioning that most people go entire days without feeling it. Tonight, give it your full and quiet attention. The ribs moving, the breath filling and leaving, the body doing this continuously, as it has always done, as it will always do. And now, at the center of the chest, beneath the sternum, in the space just behind the breastbone, near the place where the ribs come together at the front, bring your awareness here with particular care. This is where the anxiety tends to live most visibly. The tightening that arrives without warning and announces itself as pressure. The constriction that makes the breath feel smaller than it needs to be. The fullness that settles in when the emotions of a difficult day have been felt but not quite finished, processed but not quite released, carried forward into the night, still looking for somewhere to go. You may feel something there right now, a density, a compression, a slight resistance to the breath moving all the way through. This is not unusual. This is the chest holding the honest record of everything that today requires. Let the awareness rest there, without trying to change anything, and let the next breath in move directly into that place, not forcing it open, not pushing against whatever is there, simply breathing into it the way you might breathe on cold hands, gently, patiently, with the understanding that warmth takes time and that forcing never helps, and that the chest, like every other part of this body, will release when it is given enough evidence that releasing is safe. Your heart is here. This is worth a moment of genuine acknowledgement, not as sentiment, but as fact. The heart has been beating through every moment of this day, through every anxious thought and every managed conversation, and every hour of the continuous low-level effort that anxiety produces, through all of it, without pause, without complaint, without once requiring your gratitude or your attention or your acknowledgement that something genuinely extraordinary is happening inside the chest. The heart kept its rhythm. Every meeting and every difficult moment and every point in the day when the anxiety was loudest, through all of it, the heart was there, steady, loyal, entirely on your side. Take a moment to acknowledge that, not sentimentally, simply honestly. The heart has been doing its work today. It has been doing it every day of your life. It has never skipped its responsibility to keep you here, to keep you present, to keep you in this body and in this life, through every difficulty a life has contained. That faithfulness deserves to be noticed, if only for a moment, if only in the quiet of this particular night. Let the chest soften around it now. Let the muscles across the front of the chest, the muscles that have been carrying the weight of the day's composure and the anxieties insistent on readiness, release whatever protective qualities they have been. Maintaining. The chest does not need to be armoured tonight. Nothing here requires defence. Let it open. Let it widen very slightly across the collarbones, the space inside the chest feeling larger than it did when this session began. The belly soft. The ribs moving freely. The chest open around a heart that has been faithful through everything. This is what the body feels like when the breath has room, when the heart has room. Let both of them have all the room they need tonight. They have earned it, without question, completely, and they know exactly what to do with it. The shoulders. Bring your awareness there now, and before you do anything at all with them, simply notice where they actually are, not where you imagine them to be, not where you think they should be, or where they were at the beginning of this session when the settling first happened, where they are right now, in this moment, after everything that has been released and everything that is shifted. The chances are significant that they are not where you last left them. The shoulders have a way of returning. It is one of the most consistent things about the body. Under anxiety, the shoulders rise, and they are noticed, and they are consciously lowered, and within minutes they have risen again without the awareness having followed them back up. The muscles there are so accustomed to the elevated position, so practiced in the holding of the gaze tension, that they return to it without instruction and without your choosing. It is not a failure of attention. It is the body's deeply ingrained memory of what carrying feels like. Notice wherever they are right now, and now let them drop. Not a stretch, not a deliberate push backward or a roll of the shoulders. Simply the recognition clear, specific, and entirely uncomplicated that the shoulders no longer have anything to hold against tonight, combined with the permission to fall to wherever they naturally want to rest when nothing is being asked of them. Let the muscles there release their upward holding. Let the shoulders fall away from the ears, fall away from the neck, fall to wherever gravity and the surface beneath them want to take them. Feel the difference between where they were and where they are now. That gap, whatever its size, is real. It is the tension of the day releasing from the specific muscles that have been carrying it. It is not dramatic, and it does not need to be. The releasing of chronic tension is rarely dramatic. It is quiet and specific and entirely genuine, and it tends to produce not a gasp, but a sigh, the body's honest response to putting something down that it has been carrying for a long time without being able to say so. Let the muscles across the tops of the shoulders soften further. The large muscles that run from the base of the skull down through the shoulders and partway down the upper back. Let them release their grip, spreading slightly, becoming heavy, giving up the particular effort of holding the body in its defensive position against the day that is over. The space between the shoulder blades widening, the upper back softening against the surface beneath it. Now, the neck, the long column of muscle and bone that has been holding the considerable weight of the head in position through every hour of this day. The muscles along the sides of the neck that tighten when you are stressed, that have probably been tighter than you realized since some time this morning, carrying the accumulated tension of every difficult hour without your having consciously assigned the tension to them. Let them soften now, not by moving the head. The head is already resting, already given to the pillow, and moving it now would disturb what has been settled. Simply by releasing the effort in the muscles on either side of the spine, the specific holding that has been keeping the neck braced against nothing in particular, the base of the skull, that precise and often overlooked place where the neck meets the head, where so much of the day's tension accumulates so silently that most people carry it for years without ever locating it specifically. Bring the awareness there now. Feel what is there, the tightness, the density, the particular holding that lives at the very top of the spine. Let the breath move into that place, not forcefully, simply with the patience of warmth offered to somewhere cold. And with the exhale, invite it to soften. The jaw now. The jaw has been doing an enormous amount of work today, not the work you gave it consciously, but the work it takes on as a natural consequence of carrying anxiety through the hours. The clenching and the holding and the particular compression of the teeth against each other that happens when the body is managing something difficult and the jaw takes on a share of the weight. Let the teeth part very slightly, just enough that the upper and lower teeth are no longer in contact. Not wide, simply released, the jaw hanging gently. The muscles of the jaw and the cheeks and the temples all receiving this small gesture of release and responding to it. There is something that travels from the jaw when it releases. A chain of response moving from the jaw down through the neck, down into the shoulders, the muscles along the entire upper body receiving the signal that the first link of the chain has opened. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is simply a warmth, sometimes a slight deepening of the breath. Sometimes nothing more than the faint, specific, entirely honest sense of something that was held, no longer being held. Feel it now, if it is there. The shoulders low, the neck long and soft, the jaw open, gentle, the face no longer performing anything for anyone. The weight of the day has been living here, in these muscles, since this morning. Tonight, finally, you have set it down. The face is the last place the body scan comes to rest, and in some ways it is the most significant because the face is the part of the body that has been working hardest in public today. It has communicated and expressed and composed itself and managed itself through every interaction the day required. It has smiled, and smiling was the appropriate response, and been serious when seriousness was called for, and listened with visible attention. And listening was what the moment needed. It has done all of this continuously, across every exchange of every hour, largely without conscious instruction, and entirely without rest. And now in this room, in this dark, with no one watching, and nothing being communicated to anyone, and no version of yourself required for public consumption, the face can simply rest. Bring your awareness to the forehead first. That broad, expressive surface above the eyes that carries the day's concentration and concern, and a slight inward pull of the brow, a gentle furrowing that settles between the eyebrows during difficult hours, and tends to remain there, softened but present, through the evening and into the night. You may not have known it was there until this moment. Most people carry a degree of tension in the forehead so consistently that it has long since stopped registering as tension. Simply notice it now, and let it release. Let the muscles of the forehead spread gently outward, away from the center, softening like a hand that has been slightly closed for a long time, finally, naturally, opening, the forehead becoming smooth, still, returning to the simple, unperforming neutrality of a face that has nothing left to express tonight. The space between the eyebrows, that precise point, the place where worry tends to gather, where the day's difficulties tend to leave their most specific mark in the muscles of the face. Let it soften. Let the brows return to their natural resting position, neither pulled together in concern or raised in the alertness of vigilance. Simply resting, the face at its most honest and most released, the eyes behind their closed lids, the tiny, intricate muscles around the eyes that have been focusing and adjusting and widening with expression through every moment of the waking hours. Let them rest completely in their sockets now, the eyelids simply lying where they lie, heavy and soft, requiring no effort to remain closed, because closing is simply where they are, the state they have been waiting for since the morning. Let the eyes release everything they have been holding, whatever they have witnessed today, whatever they have managed to convey, and whatever they have carefully kept from conveying. Let them rest in the specific privacy of closed eyes, in a dark room, the most complete visual rest available. The cheeks softening, the flesh of the face releasing the particular shape it is maintained through the day, and returning to something simpler and quieter. The lips very slightly parted, or simply soft against each other. No particular expression required, no particular shape held. The face, without audience, returning to its most fundamental and most honest state, not the face of sleep not yet, the face of a person who has stopped performing, the face of someone who is simply, for this moment, themselves. There is something almost unfamiliar about this for many people. The face is so rarely allowed to simply be nothing in particular. Even in sleep, the face sometimes holds a tightness carried forward from the worry of the day that the unconscious mind never fully released, an expression that persisted through the night because the releasing was never given the specific permission it needed. But right now, in this particular space between waking and sleep, with the awareness still present and the body deeply released, and the face having been given the direct and specific attention it needed, right now, there is the opportunity for something more complete, for the face to genuinely, honestly, completely rest. Let it be that now, and now let the awareness expand to take in the whole body at once, from the very soles of the feet, which are warm and heavy and entirely at rest, through the calves and the thighs and the hips and the lower back and the belly and the chest and the shoulders and the neck, and here, at the face, smooth and still and finally, without performance. Every part of you is present and accounted for. Every part of you has been given attention tonight. Every part of you has been met with a specific, patient, genuine care of being noticed, not managed, not instructed, simply noticed. And in that noticing, each part has responded in the only way a body knows how to respond to being genuinely cared for. It has begun to rest. The body scan is complete, and you are more released than you were when this night began, in ways that are small, perhaps, but entirely real, and entirely yours, and entirely the beginning of something that will only deepen from here. The breath is still here. What comes next goes deeper still. The breath is still here. It has been here through everything, through the settling of the body and the releasing of the feet and the legs and the hips and the chest and the shoulders and the face, through every section of the body scan, through every small release and every moment of warmth arriving in a place where the tension was. The breath continued, not waiting for the body scan to finish before it resumed, not pausing while the awareness was directed elsewhere, simply continuing, as it always continues, the way the body manages its most essential functions, quietly, continuously, without requiring anything from the part of you that has been occupied with everything else. Bring your awareness back to it now, not to improve it, not to deepen it further than it has already deepened, or to correct it, or to achieve some particular quality of breathing that the session requires, simply to return to it, the way you return to something familiar and trusted after a period of being somewhere else, not because you were lost, but because you had simply been looking in a different direction. Feel the breath arising, the slight movement at the nostrils, or the throat, or the chest, or the belly, wherever you feel it most clearly right now. That is the right place. Follow it inward. Feel the body opening to receive it. The belly rising gently, the lower ribs expanding outward, the chest widening slightly at the top, the whole torso participating in the breath in a way that it was not fully participating at the beginning of this night. Notice how different this feels from the breath that was happening when you first lay down. Not dramatically different, but genuinely different. Fuller, slower, more at ease in the body it is moving through. This change did not happen because you performed something correctly. It happened because the body was given the conditions it needed and responded, as it always responds to genuine conditions of safety, by moving toward its own natural resting state. The breath in its anxious form, short, high, slightly controlled, is not the body's preferred breath. It is the body's emergency breath, kept ready for whatever urgency the moment might produce. When the urgency genuinely passes, when the muscles release, and the nervous system receives its safety signals, and the face stops holding the day's expression, the breath returns, on its own, to something closer to what it is right now. Fuller, slower, the pauses at the bottom a little longer, the exhale a little more complete. This is the body's honest breath, and it is yours right now, without effort and without technique. Feel one complete breath, all the way in, following the air from the nostrils, through the throat and into the lungs, the body expanding to receive it, every part of the breath's journey, felt rather than imagined. And then all the way out, the slow, full, complete releasing of the exhale, the body returning to its resting point, nothing held back, and nothing rationed against a future urgency that is not coming. And, at the bottom of that exhale, feel the pause. That small, still, always available moment between the breath going out and the next breath beginning. The body at its most released, the breath at its most quiet. A moment that exists in every single exhale, that has existed in every exhale of your entire life, that has simply been moving too quickly through a body too occupied with urgency to be noticed. Tonight, it is noticeable. Tonight, the body is slow enough, and still enough, and released enough, that the pause is visible. A genuine, available, unhurried stillness that lives in the breath itself, appearing at the end of every exhale, belonging to you every time. Rest in it when it comes, not gripping it. Gripping would close it. Simply resting in it, the way you might rest in an unexpected moment of quiet in the middle of a difficult week. Receiving it, not trying to make it last longer than it naturally lasts, because the next breath will come on its own and bring its own pause at its end. They are infinite. Every exhale offers one they cannot run out. This is the breath that will carry you through the rest of tonight. Not a technique, not a practice that requires monitoring or effort or the correct performance of something. Simply the breath that your body has always known how to breathe, given the conditions it needs to breathe it. The warmth, the stillness, the releasing of the held muscles, the slow withdrawal of the day's demands. You have given it all of those conditions tonight, and the breath has responded with everything it has. Follow it now, not directing it, simply following as it continues its patient, faithful, completely effortless work of carrying you from where you were when this night began toward where this night is taking you. It knows the way. It has always known the way. At some point in the last few minutes, a thought arrived. Perhaps you noticed it clearly, a specific thought, something from today or something reaching toward tomorrow, arriving in the particular way that thoughts arrive in the quieting mind, with a kind of sudden distinctness that is almost startling after the gradual softening of the body scan. Or, perhaps, it arrived less distinctly, more as a drift, a slight pull of the attention away from the breath and towards something unresolved, something the day left unfinished. Something the worried mind has been quietly maintaining in the background and is now, in the stillness, bringing forward. Either way, it arrived, and the fact that it arrived is not a problem. It is not a sign that the session is not working, that your mind is too busy for what is being offered tonight, that something has gone wrong in the releasing that has been happening across the last several chapters. It is simply the mind doing what the mind does, generating thought, the way the ears receive sound, the way the eyes receive light. The mind generates thought. It is what the mind was built to do. Asking it to stop generating thought is a little like asking an ear to stop receiving sound, possible under extraordinary conditions, but not the point of tonight, and not what the deep calm that is coming requires. What matters is not whether thoughts arise. They will. They always do. Even in the deepest states of meditation, even in the most released and quieted mind. What matters, the only thing that matters, the single distinction that makes the difference between a night of genuine rest and a night of lying here in the dark, being pulled through the same thoughts again and again, is what you do with them when they come. Most of the time, when a thought arrives, the attention moves toward it immediately, and without choosing to, it engages. It begins to follow the thought, wherever the thought wants to go down, into memory, forward into planning, sideways into the rehearsal of conversations that may or may not happen, into the what if and the what might happen, and a particular mental recreation of events that cannot be changed. The thought arrives, and the attention, without being asked, picks it up and carries it. Tonight, you are practicing something different. When a thought arrives, and the next one is probably already forming somewhere at the edge of the awareness, you can simply notice that it has arrived, not engage with the content of it, not evaluate whether it is a valid concern or an irrational fear or something worth thinking about in daylight tomorrow. Not try to push it away, which only gives it more attention and more energy than it had before it was resisted. Simply notice that it is there. The noticing is not the same as the following. This is the distinction that changes everything, and it is worth holding for a moment before moving on. When a thought arrives and the attention notices it simply, clearly, without engagement, the thought does something that thoughts never do when they are followed. It passes, not immediately, not always quickly, but it moves. It loses the particular energy that engagement would have given it. It arrives with a kind of charge, and when that charge finds no response, no evaluation, no argument, no anxious following the charge, dissipates. The way of fire diminishes when the fuel is withdrawn. Thoughts that are noticed rather than followed always move. The next time a thought arrives tonight, and it may already be here, try this. Simply note, quietly and without any particular emotion about it, that a thought has arrived. You might even name it, very simply, in the same way you would note any other observation. Thinking. Not what you are thinking about, simply thinking. The fact of it, acknowledged, and then released, the way you might acknowledge the sound of a car passing outside present, real, and requiring no particular response from you. And then return to the breath, not as a recovery from failure, not as a corrective action taken because something went wrong, as the practice itself, because this, precisely this, is the whole of what tonight is asking from the mind. Notice the thought, return to the breath. Notice the next thought, return to the breath again. Each return is not a failure to have stayed. Each return is the practice working exactly as it was designed to work. Each return is its own small act of choosing the present moment over the pulled attention of a worried mind. Each return matters. Each return is real. The breath is always here to return to. It cannot be lost. It cannot become unavailable at the moment the attention is most needed back. It is the most reliable thing the listener has tonight, more reliable than any thought. more present than any plan, more genuinely available than any solution the worried mind has been trying to find in the dark. When the thought comes, and it will come, simply notice it, and come home. There may be a particular thought that keeps returning tonight, not the general background hum of the anxious mind that continues low-level generation of concerns and assessment and preparations that have been running since waking. A specific one, a thought with weight to it, with particular insistence, with a quality that makes it different from the passing concerns that come and go without demanding much attention. Perhaps it is a situation without clear resolution. Perhaps it is a relationship that is carrying something unfinished. Perhaps it is a responsibility that feels larger than the resources currently available to meet it. Perhaps it is something from earlier today that did not land the way it was intended, or something from long before today that the quiet of the night has surfaced again. The mind returns to these things the way the tongue returns to a sore tooth, not through choice, not through any decision to engage, but compulsively. The same territory revisited again and again, in the particular hope that this examination will finally produce the outcome that all the previous examinations have not. It is worth understanding what the mind is doing when it does this. It is trying to protect you. That is genuinely and entirely what the returning, circling, revisiting thought is attempting. The anxious mind believes not consciously, but at the level of its deepest operating logic, that if it thinks about the difficult thing thoroughly enough, reviews it from enough angles, prepares for enough possible variations of how it might unfold, it will eventually arrive at the arrangement of thought that makes the difficult thing safe, that the right thinking, in the right order, with the right level of thoroughness, will produce control over something that currently feels uncontrolled. This is why the thought keeps returning. Not because you are weak, or broken, or incapable of letting go. Because a part of you is trying, with everything it has, to take care of you. The returning thought is not a malfunction. It is the mind's expression of caring about something real. It points, reliably and without exception, at the things that matter most, the relationships and the responsibilities and the futures that the listener genuinely cares about. Anxiety does not attach itself to things that are unimportant. It attaches itself with extraordinary loyalty to the things that carry the most weight. That caring is worth acknowledging tonight. And then gently, specifically, with genuine warmth toward the part of the mind that has been working so hard to produce the safety that thinking alone cannot provide, the thought can be released for tonight. Not forever. Not as a dismissal of the thing it has been circling. Simply as a clear, kind communication to the part of the mind that keeps returning to it. The best thinking available for this particular difficulty is not the thinking that happens at this hour, in this state, in a specific mental environment that exhaustion and anxiety together produce. The thinking this difficulty deserves the clear, proportionate, genuinely capable thinking that might actually help is on the other side of rest. It belongs to the morning version of this person, restored and clearer, meeting the difficult thing with the full capacity of a mind that has genuinely slept. Replaying it tonight does not serve it. It does not serve it, and it does not serve you, and a part of the mind that keeps returning to it, however faithful and however well-intentioned, is spending tonight on a task that tonight cannot complete. Let that part of the mind know this now, if it is still there, not as a silencing, as a recognition. I hear you. I know what you are trying to do. The thing you are trying to protect is real, and it matters, and it will receive the attention it deserves in the morning, in the light, with the full version of this mind available to meet it. Tonight, it can rest alongside us. It does not need to be solved between now and morning to remain important. It will still be there, and the person who meets it tomorrow will be better for having rested than the person who spent the night in this company. Come back to the breath now, not as a distraction from the thought, as a return to what is actually present in this moment, which is the warmth of this body and the softness of this bed and the slow, steady, entirely faithful breath that has been here through every circling and every returning and every hour of this night. The thought does not need a response tonight, and you do not need to give it one. Simply notice it. Let it exist somewhere at the edge of the awareness, not followed and not fought, and breathe. The breath is the home the mind keeps being invited back to, and it is always there, and it is always enough, and every time the thought returns and the breath is chosen, instead something shifts, something small, something real, and the deep calm comes a little closer. Between one thought and the next, there is a gap. It is brief. Under ordinary circumstances during the day, in the middle of the particular busyness that anxiety generates in the mind, in the noise of a life being actively managed, this gap passes completely unnoticed. The mind moves from one thought to the next so quickly, the attention is pulled forward so seamlessly from one concern to the following one, that the space between them never has the chance to register. It exists. It has always existed. But it is invisible not because it is hidden or difficult to access, but because the mind has never been slow enough to find it. Right now, tonight, you are slow enough. The next time a thought arises, and it may be arising now, or it may have just passed, simply watch it as it moves through the awareness. Watch it arriving. Notice its particular quality and energy. Watch it passing. And then, instead of moving immediately toward the next thought, instead of allowing the attention to reach forward for whatever comes next, simply rest for a moment in the space where the thought just was. The space after the thought, that small, clear, genuinely available quiet that exists between one thought ending and the next one beginning. It is not empty in the uncomfortable sense, not a void, not an absence of something needed. It is full, in its quiet way, of the present moment, of the breath that is still moving, of the warmth that is still in the body, of the room and the dark and the specific, real, physical fact of being here, alive, in this bed, on this night, in this particular moment that exists only now and will never exist again in quite this way. That is what lives in the gap. You do not need to force the gap wider. You do not need to extend it through effort or concentration or any act of will. Gripping closes it the moment the attention tries to hold the gap open. It becomes a task, and tasks belong to the waking mind, and the waking mind is not what tonight means. Simply notice that the gap exists. Simply feel its quality for the length of time it naturally lasts, which may be a fraction of a second, or a full breath, or something in between. Simply rest in it, the way you might rest in an unexpected shaft of warmth on a winter afternoon. Receiving it, not trying to capture it, trusting that it will come again with the next exhale. Because it will. The gap is infinitely available. The mind cannot use it up. There is no finite supply of stillness between thoughts that will run out if too much is taken. Every thought that passes creates one. Every exhale offers one. Every moment in which the attention notices a thought and chooses not to follow it opens one. They are there, available, belonging to the listener every time, in every breath, of every night, of every year, of this life. The anxiety covered them, moved too fast for them to be noticed, filled the available space before the space could be felt. Tonight, for these hours, the anxiety has been slowed enough, and the body has been released enough, and the breath has been deepened enough that the gaps are visible. Rest in one now, just a span of an exhale. The breath going out, the thought that was passing, fading at the edges of the awareness, the next thought not yet formed, just this, just here, just the quiet that lives between one moment and the next, waiting with infinite patience to be noticed. This quiet is not new. It did not arrive with this recording, or with this note, or with the releasing that has been happening across the last several hours. It has been here your entire life. Underneath every anxious day, through every running mind, behind every thought that arrived with urgency, and every thought that followed without asking permission, this quiet has been present, patient, entirely undisturbed by the weather passing above it. The anxiety is the weather, the quiet is the sky, and the sky has never been damaged by any storm that has ever moved through it. You are the sky tonight, and the gaps between the thoughts are the moments when you can feel that when the clouds part briefly and the actual quality of what you are, underneath the anxiety and the worrying and the managing and the continuous effortful being of a person in the world is briefly, genuinely, clearly visible. It is quiet. It is warm. It has always been here, and it is yours. is something that needs to be said about the worry before we go any further. Not about managing it or reducing it or finding the right way to think about it so that it becomes less disruptive to the life you are trying to live. Something more fundamental than that. Something about what the worry has actually been trying to do today, because the way most people relate to their own anxiety treats it as an intrusion, as something happening to them that should not be happening, as a malfunction in the otherwise normal operation of a mind that would be fine if only the worry would stop. The worry is not an intrusion. It has been pointing at something. Think for a moment, not deeply, not analytically, not in a way that would pull the attention back into the running of the night, but simply and honestly about what the worry has been circling today, the specific territory it has been returning to, the relationship perhaps, or the responsibility, or the uncertain future, or the thing that happened that cannot be undone, or the thing that has not yet happened that might or might not go the way it needs to go. Whatever the specific content, the worry has not been attaching itself to that content randomly. It has been attaching itself to it because it matters to you, because you care about the outcome, because the territory the worry has been circling is territory that is genuinely, legitimately, meaningfully important to the life you are living and the person you are trying to be within it. Anxiety does not attach to things that are unimportant. This is one of the things about anxiety. It tends not to be named, yet the worried mind is, underneath its exhausting and counterproductive mechanics, a mind that cares. That the person whose mind will not stop returning to the difficult thing is a person for whom the difficult thing genuinely matters. Yet the capacity for this level of concern, this faithful, continuous, relentless attention to the things that are at risk or unresolved or uncertain is also, in another form, the capacity for this level of caring. The same quality that makes a person's anxiety so exhausting is the quality that makes them reliable, responsible, present in the lives of the people they love, thorough in the work they take on, honest about the state of the things they care about. You are someone who cares very much. Your anxiety is the evidence of that caring, expressed through a nervous system that does not know how to hold the caring without also holding the fear. The worry and the caring are the same impulse, moving through the same system. And the system at this point in its history, in this state of depletion in this hour of the night, knows how to produce the worry, but has not yet found a way to hold the caring without it. Tonight is part of that finding, not the completion of it, a step in it. The nervous system does not change its operating pattern in a single night, any more than a river changes its course in a single rainfall, but each night of genuine rest, each hour spent giving the nervous system the evidence of safety that chronic anxiety has been preventing it from receiving, is a step. Each breath that sends its signal along the vagus nerve, each shoulder that falls from its elevated holding, each thought that is noticed rather than followed, each gap of quiet between one thought and the next. These are steps in the direction of a nervous system that can hold the caring without needing to dress it in fear every time it is felt. And tonight, specifically this night, this hour, this particular act of lying down and allowing the releasing to happen is a step. So let the worry have its acknowledgement before the releasing begins. Not the long acknowledgement of engagement, not the following of its content or the reopening of the territory it has been circling. Simply a brief, honest, genuine recognition. The worry today has been pointing at something real. It has been doing so because you care about something real. And the caring, which is the real thing underneath the worry, is not going anywhere. It will be here in the morning. It will meet the difficult thing tomorrow with everything you have to bring to it. Nothing that matters is being abandoned by choosing to rest tonight. Nothing real is being dismissed by giving the body and the nervous system what they need between now and morning. The worry is heard, the caring behind it is seen. And now, gently, specifically, without force, and without the particular suppression that simply pushes the worry below the surface. Where it continues regardless, the worry can be offered something it has never been offered at this hour of a difficult night. Permission to rest. Not forever, not as a resolution, simply for tonight, for these hours, for the specific span of time between now and morning, during which no amount of worrying will change the things being worried about, and during which the body and the mind genuinely need the resources that the worry has been consuming. Rest alongside us tonight. You have done enough. Imagine for a moment that everything you've been carrying today has a physical weight, not as a metaphor to be observed from a comfortable intellectual distance, as an actual felt sense, something locatable in the body, something with specific gravity that has been pressing against specific places throughout the hours of this day. The worry and the managing and the vigilance and the continuous low-level effort of being the person who carries anxiety through an ordinary life, all of it gathered now into something that has weight, something that has been resting in the chest, perhaps, in that familiar compression behind the sternum, something in the shoulders, that specific elevation that has been there since before you were fully awake this morning, something in the back of the mind, the quiet corner where the unresolved things sit and maintain their patient presence through all the hours that other things are demanding attention. Feel that weight right now, not to analyze it or to understand its specific components, simply to feel it as the honest physical record of what today asked of you, because it is a physical record. The anxiety that has been running through the day has not been a purely mental event. It has been a physiological one, producing real changes in real tissue, real tension in real muscle, real compression in a real chest that has been carrying it since morning. The weight is not imaginary. It is the body's faithful account of how much was held today, stored in the specific places where held things live. And now, very gently, without any demand that this be done perfectly, without any requirement that it happen all at once or feel a particular way, bring your awareness to the hands. Notice whether they are open or closed right now. For many people who carry anxiety through their bodies, the hands tend to close, not dramatically, not into fists usually, but into a slight curling, a gentle gripping of nothing in particular. The fingers curved as though they have been holding something for so long that the holding has become their resting position. This is the body's physical expression of the anxiety holding the hands, maintaining their readiness, their slight bracing against whatever the next moment might require. Let them open now. Let the fingers uncurl slowly. one at a time, if that is how they want to go, or all together, whichever is more natural. Let the palms soften and face upward or downward, or simply rest wherever they fall when the holding finally stops. Feel the specific sensation of open hands, the slight vulnerability of it, the specific feeling of no longer gripping. Hands that are open are hands that are not holding anything. Hands that are not holding anything belong to a body that has, in this small and specific and entirely real way, begun to let go. This is the beginning of setting it down. With the next breath out, the slow, complete, unhurried exhale, let the shoulders release a little further than they already have, not to where they will eventually be at the end of tonight. Simply one small degree further than where they are. Feel what that small degree of releasing feels like. The slight shift of the weight that has been resting there. The particular sensation of muscles that have been engaged in upward holding, very slightly giving up that engagement. It is not dramatic. It was not dramatic when the worry arrived, and it is not dramatic when it begins to leave. But it is real. The body knows the difference between 1 degree of release and its absence. The body is registering this. Now, the chest, that falleth behind the sternum, whatever is still compressed there, whatever is still being held in the center of the chest in the specific way, that unexpressed emotion and unresolved difficulty tend to be held in this particular location. Let the next breath in move directly toward it. Not forcefully, with the patience and the gentleness of warmth offered to something that has been cold for a long time. The breath arriving in that tight place, not pushing it open, simply being present in it, warm, patient, offering the specific evidence that the chest needs to begin its own, releasing the evidence of a breath that is full enough, slow enough, safe enough to be trusted. And with the exhale, feel something shift. Not everything, not the complete and final release of everything the chest has been carrying. That kind of release does not happen in a single breath, any more than a house that has been gradually filling with water empties in a single moment. But something, a small, genuine, specific something that moves from the tight center of the chest and finds its way into the exhale and leaves with it into the air of this room. The arms feel slightly lighter, the chest slightly wider, the shoulders, which have been elevated in service of carrying the weight, have fallen a little further from the ears and the neck that they have been too close to all day. This is what releasing feels like from the inside. Not nothing, the opposite of nothing. A small but entirely real positive sensation. The warmth that moves into the places where the tension was. The breath that has more room than it had the moment before. The body gradually returning to itself from the particular contraction that anxiety produces. The weight has not disappeared, but it is no longer being gripped. And the difference between a weight that is gripped and a weight that is simply resting, that difference is everything tonight. was, there is now space. Not emptiness, in the way that emptiness can feel uncomfortable. Not the specific absence of something that should be there. Not a gap that immediately calls out to be filled with the next concern, or the next thought, or the next thing that needs to be held. Something different from that. A warm space. A quiet space. A space that belongs entirely to the listener in a way that almost nothing in the waking day ever does. Unscheduled, undemanded, unobserved by anyone else. Not required to be productive or purposeful or oriented toward any outcome other than simply being what it is. Space. Rest in it for a moment, without rushing toward the next thing. The impulse, and it is an impulse, that most people who live with anxiety recognize immediately is to fill available space the moment it appears. Space feels unfamiliar. Quiet feels suspicious. The nervous system that has spent a long time treating calm as the precursor to something going wrong has learned, through repetition, to distrust the absence of urgency. The moment the weight lifts slightly, something reaches for the next weight to replace it. The moment one worry passes, the attention scans for the next concern that requires holding. The moment the chest opens, something prepares to close it again. Tonight, notice that impulse without following it. Simply notice, there it is. The reflex, to fill the space. The habit of reaching. The nervous system doing what it has learned to do in the presence of quiet. And then, instead of following the reflex, simply let the space be space. Let the quiet be quiet. Let the openness simply exist without being investigated or explained or immediately replaced. You are allowed to have this, not because you have earned it through some sufficient demonstration of worthiness, not because the things you were worried about have been resolved or the responsibilities you carry have been lifted, simply because you are here, and the space is here, and the body that has been carrying the anxiety has been given enough evidence of safety tonight to release a portion of what it was holding, and the space that opened when it did belongs to you. Notice the warmth in the space. It has been building quietly through the entire session, through the settling and the breathing and the body scan and the releasing, and it is present now in a way that is more noticeable than it was at the beginning of tonight. Warmth in the hands that have been open, warmth in the belly that has been breathing, warmth spreading through the chest where the compression was, warmth moving slowly into the shoulders that have fallen, following the blood into the places that have been slightly constricted by the ongoing tension of the anxiety response, and are now, as the tension releases, receiving the circulation that has been waiting to reach them. This warmth is not manufactured by the searching. It is the body's own warmth, the heat generated by the living tissue of the body that is functioning exactly as it was designed to function when the conditions allow it to. The warmth is what the body produces when the anxiety is no longer consuming all available resources in the maintenance of its alert state. The resources that have been dedicated all day to the keeping of the guard, the elevated cortisol, the engaged muscles, the shortened breath, the narrowed attention, those resources, released from that particular service, become available for something else, for warmth, for the feeling of aliveness that is the body's natural condition when it is not contracted against imagined threat. Feel it now, specifically in each place it has arrived. The hands warm and open and no longer holding, the belly soft and warm and rising and falling freely with the breath, the chest wider than it was, the warmth moving through the space where the compression was, the shoulders low and warm, spread slightly across the back, no longer carrying the elevation of the day, the neck long and soft, the warmth reaching up from the shoulders toward the base of the skull, the face smooth and still and warm, the expression of the day finally released. This warmth is the body receiving its own care, not care that came from outside, not care produced by a technique, care that the body has been ready to give itself all along, that it produces naturally and continuously the moment the conditions allow it, the conditions of warmth and quiet and the absence of the day's demands. The conditions are a surface beneath a released body and a breath moving freely and a mind that has, for these hours, stepped back from its usual grip on the running of things. All of those conditions are present right now, and the body, recognizing them, is doing what it was always going to do when they arrived. It is receiving itself. It is caring for itself in a specific, quiet, continuous, extraordinary way, as bodies care for themselves when they are finally given the space to do so. Rest in this space. Do not fill it. Do not hurry through it toward whatever comes next. It is here, right now, warm and wide and entirely yours, and there is nowhere it needs to go and nothing it needs to become, and no version of tonight in which remaining here, in this warmth, in this open, quiet, for exactly as long as the body wants to remain here, is anything other than exactly right. Your body knows how to heal. This is not a comforting phrase offered to make the night feel more meaningful than it is. It is a plain and specific and entirely verifiable fact about the body you have been living inside every day of your life. A fact so ordinary, so consistently demonstrated, so deeply embedded in the continuous operation of the biology that keeps you here, that it has become invisible through familiarity. The body heals, not occasionally, not under ideal conditions that rarely occur, continuously, automatically, in every moment of every day and every hour of every night. The body is engaged in the ongoing, sophisticated, deeply intelligent work of maintaining, repairing, and restoring itself. Think about what that actually means. Every time the surface of your skin has ever been broken, the smallest paper cut, the childhood scrape, any wound, large or small, across the entire history of your body that wound closed, not because you directed the closing, not because you concentrated on it or applied any specific effort to the biological process of healing. You went about your life and the body entirely on its own, without instruction or supervision or the involvement of the conscious mind in any of the specific steps, orchestrated an extraordinary sequence of biological events that sealed the breach and replaced the damaged tissue and returned the surface to something close to what it was before. The intelligence required for that process is beyond anything the conscious mind could direct. The coordination and the precision and the sequencing the body managed all of it without being asked, because managing it is simply what the body does. This is the body you are living in right now, and what it does during sleep is more sophisticated than anything it does during waking. The rest that is coming tonight, the genuine, deep body-led rest that the entire session has been preparing for, is not the passive unconsciousness that sleep is sometimes imagined to be. It is the body's most active period, the cellular maintenance that cannot be fully accomplished during waking, the clearing of the metabolic waste that the day's activity has produced, the consolidation of the day's experiences into memory, and the release of the raw activation that those experiences have been held in since they occurred, the immune activity that is suppressed by the ongoing stress response, and that becomes available again in the resting state, the hormonal resetting that brings the cortisol that has been elevated all day back toward its baseline, the tissue repair that requires the specific cellular conditions that deep sleep produces. All of this is about to begin in earnest. It has been beginning, in fact, since the first breath deepened, since the first shoulder fell, since the first gap of quiet appeared between one thought and the next. The body does not wait for full unconsciousness to start its work. It begins the moment the conditions begin to shift. The moment the alert state starts to ease, and the resources begin to be redirected from the maintenance of vigilance toward the deeper functions that vigilance has been. Postponing. The anxiety has been postponing this for a long time, not because the body stopped trying. The body has been trying every night, doing what it could with the conditions available, offering whatever rest was possible in the hours that the anxiety allowed, maintaining its functions with the partial resources it was given when the full resources were consumed by the ongoing state of readiness. The body has been doing this faithfully and without complaint through every difficult night of however long the anxiety has been present. It has never stopped trying to give the listener the rest they needed. Tonight, it is going to receive something it has not received in a long time. The real condition, the full condition, a body that has been given the permission to release, a breath that has deepened to the rhythm of genuine rest, a mind that has been gently and patiently guided away from the running and the managing and the continuous monitoring that has been consuming the resources that the body needs for its deepest work. Let your body have tonight, not as an instruction, as a recognition of something that is already happening, that has been happening since the beginning of this session. That will continue happening through every hour of the night ahead, whether the conscious mind is present for it or not. The body does not need the conscious mind's participation in its healing. It does not need to be directed or supervised or approved. It needs only the conditions, the warmth, the stillness, the breath, the releasing of the held muscles that you have been creating throughout tonight. You have already given it everything it needs. And the body, your body, which has been carrying you through every day of this life with extraordinary faithfulness, and without once requiring your gratitude, in return knows exactly what to do with what you have given it. It always has. It is doing it right now. There is a warmth beginning somewhere in the center of you, not placed there by any instruction, not manufactured through the correct performance of a breathing technique or the successful completion of a relaxation exercise. Simply present the way warmth is always present in a living body, in a resting body, in a body that has just released a significant portion of what it was holding and found in that releasing a new kind of space that the warmth is now moving into freely, without the resistance that the tension was providing. Feel it now, not by searching for it, or reaching toward it, or trying to locate it precisely in any particular region of the body, simply by allowing the awareness to rest in the center of the chest and notice what is actually there, not what should be there, not what a correctly relaxed body would be producing at this point in the session, what is actually there, the warmth of the living body, the heat generated by the heart that has been beating it steadily through this entire session, and through the entire day before it, and through every day of the life before that. The warmth of blood moving through warm tissues, of muscles that have released their tension and are now receiving more circulation than they were able to access while they were braced and elevated and engaged in the service of the day's anxiety. It may be subtle, a gentle presence rather than an obvious heat, something at the edges of awareness rather than at its center, or it may be something more noticeable, a spreading quality, a softness, a quality that some people experience when the body has genuinely released as something almost luminous in the darkness behind the closed eyes, as if the body has its own quiet light that becomes visible when everything that was covering it has been set aside. However it arrives tonight is exactly right. There is no correct temperature and no correct intensity and no particular experience that a successfully warmed body is supposed to produce. Simply the warmth that is yours. In this body, in this moment, the body's own quiet offering to itself, available now in a way that was not available an hour ago, because an hour ago the resources producing it were otherwise occupied. Let the awareness rest in it without analyzing it. Simply feel it. Follow it very slightly, not directing it, simply following the way it moves outward from the center of the chest. The warmth spreading across the collarbone toward the tops of the shoulders, moving downward through the sternum toward the belly, moving with each heartbeat, arriving in a slightly new place with each pulse, the blood carrying it through the body the way a river carries warmth through the landscape it moves through, moving with each slow breath, deepening with the inhale, spreading slightly further with the exhale, the warmth and the breath working together in the way that everything in the body works together when the anxiety has stepped back far enough to let the body's own coordination take over. This is what the body does when it is given room. It does not need to be told to warm itself. It does not need instruction or encouragement or the correct technique to produce this warmth. It produces it naturally, continuously, as the automatic expression of biological life, and the only reason it has not been more available during the waking hours is that the anxiety has been consuming the resources that produce it, the elevated muscles, the shortened breath, the slightly constricted circulation, the ongoing alert state that keeps the body's resources directed outward toward the monitoring of the environment and the management of perceived threat, rather than inward toward the quiet, continuous, extraordinary work of maintaining and warming and caring for the living tissue that everything else depends on. The anxiety has stepped back tonight, and the warmth which has been waiting, which has always been available, which has been there underneath every difficult day as the body's most fundamental and continuous gift to the person living inside it, is moving into the space the anxiety has vacated. Feel it in the chest, in the belly, in the hands that have been opened, in the shoulders that have fallen, in the jaw that has released, in the back of the neck, where the base of the skull meets the spine, and where so much has been silently held for so long. The warmth is reaching all of those places now, not because tonight has done something extraordinary, because tonight has done something simple. It has given the body the conditions it needed, and the body has done what it has always done when those conditions are present. It has turned toward itself, It has offered itself the care that it has been offering without acknowledgement since the very first moment of this life. Let that care be received tonight, not assessed, not monitored for whether it is sufficient, simply received in the specific, open, unhurried way that the body receives what it needs when the part of the mind that usually stands between the body and its own care has finally, for these hours, stepped aside. The warmth is real, it is yours, and it is only beginning. There is a quality to this quiet that is different from any quiet the day ordinarily produces. Not the quiet of a room in which noise has temporarily stopped, not the quiet of a commute that has briefly emptied of traffic, or a house that is momentarily stilled between one activity and the next, not the quiet that exists in the pauses between demands, which is not really quiet at all, but simply the held breath between one thing and the next. The waiting quiet, the brace quiet, the quiet that is really only urgency wearing a different face. This is something else. This is the quiet that exists when the mind has genuinely, even if only partially, and even if only temporarily, stepped back from its usual activity. Not been silenced. The mind is still present, still capable of thought, still available for noticing and observing, and the gentle work of returning to the breath when thoughts arise, but stepped back, reduced in its insistence, quieter in its generation of concerns, moving more slowly, with less urgency, the thoughts arriving with less force and passing with more ease than they were doing at the beginning of tonight. This is what the mind feels like when it is resting, not empty, not blank, not the absence of thought that many people imagine meditation is supposed to produce, and that most people never achieve, and that is, in any case, not the point. Something more subtle and more real than that. The specific quality of a mind that has released its grip on the management of everything, that has handed the oversight of the evening to something steadier than itself, that is, observing rather than driving, receiving rather than producing, present in the experience rather than directing it. Notice this quality right now. Not analytically. The analytical noticing would itself disturb what is being noticed. Simply feel it. The way the thoughts that are present are slightly softer at their edges than they were an hour ago. The way the urgency that most of them carry during the day has been reduced to something more like a mild presence rather than an insistent pull. The way the body and the breath are more available to the awareness than they were at the beginning. More real, more present, more genuinely felt, because the mind is no longer racing past things in its hurry toward the next concern. This quiet has always been here. That is the thing about it that is most important and most worth receiving tonight. The quiet that is present right now is not produced by this session. It was not manufactured by the body scan, or the breathwork, or the releasing of the worry. It was revealed by those things. The way a room that has always been there is revealed when the clutter that was hiding it is cleared away. The room did not come into being when the clutter was removed. It was always there, waiting, completely intact, entirely undisturbed by the clutter that was covering it. The quiet of the mind beneath the anxiety is like that room. It has been here through every anxious day of the listener's life, through every running thought and every circling worry, and every hour of the continuous, exhausting, faithfully performed management of an overactive mind. This quiet has been present underneath all of it, patient, steady, not damaged or diminished by the weather passing above it, not depleted by the anxiety's consumption of the resources that should have been available for rest. Simply there, waiting, with a specific quality of something that has never needed to announce itself because it has never gone anywhere. Tonight, for these hours, the clutter has been cleared away enough for the quiet to be felt. Not completely cleared. Anxiety that has been present for a long time does not disappear in a single night, any more than a room that has been gradually filling for years, empty in a single afternoon, but cleared enough, reduced enough. The anxiety still somewhere in the room, but no longer filling it, no longer occupying every available surface, no longer so loud and so present that the quiet beneath it cannot be heard. The quiet can be heard now. Feel it in the breath, which has its own quiet quality at the bottom of each exhale. Feel it in the body, which is heavier and warmer and more relief than it was, and which is producing its own specific quality of stillness, the stillness of something that has put its weight down and is no longer carrying it. Feel it in the mind, which is softer than it was, and slower than it was, and less occupied with the maintenance of its usual activity. This quiet belongs to you. It has always belonged to you. And tonight you are resting in it, not as an achievement, not as the result of having done something correctly, but simply as the natural consequence of having given the body and the mind the conditions they needed to return to what they have always been underneath the anxiety. This is what you are when the anxiety is not running the room. This is what you have always been. Let the awareness expand now beyond the breath, beyond any single part of the body, to take in the whole of you at once. Not analytically, not checking each part against some standard of correct relaxation or measuring the degree of release against where the body was at the beginning of this session. Simply feeling the entirety of yourself as you rest here, right now. The full, warm, living, breathing presence of you stretched out in the dark, the weight of you given to the surface beneath you, the breath moving through the center of everything, the warmth present in the chest, in the belly, and the hands, and spreading slowly through the arms and the legs toward the extremities. This is what you feel like from the inside right now. Not the body that carries itself through the waking hours, slightly elevated in the shoulders, slightly contracted in the chest, slightly braced in the arms, in the hands, and the jaw. That body is here in the same flesh, in the same bones, but it has been returned through the patient work of the night to something closer to its natural resting state, something that feels different from the inside in a way that is specific and real and worth being present to. Feel the feet, warm and heavy at the far end of the body. Feel the legs, surrendered and still, the weight of them resting without condition on the mattress below. Feel the hips, settled and wide, the pelvis finally at its natural rest after the long day of its readied, forward-leaning, prepared to respond position. Feel the belly, soft and slow, rising and falling with the breath in the full, unhurried way that the body breathes when it has genuinely been given permission to breathe. Feel the chest wider than it was when this night began. Not completely open, not dramatically changed, but genuinely different in a way that the body knows, even if the mind is not yet certain how to describe it. The breath moving through a little more freely, the heart a little more comfortably held in the space around it. Feel the arms, heavy along the sides of the body, the hands open and warm and no longer holding anything. Feel the shoulders, lower than they have been since this morning. The muscles across the upper back spread and resting rather than engaged and holding. Feel the face, smooth and still and private, the expression of the day finally set down. This is the body at rest, not the body performing rest, not the body lying still while the mind continues its management of everything and the muscles maintain their readiness for the urgency that the mind keeps anticipating. The body at genuine, actual physical rest. The muscles having released enough of their holding that the difference is real. The breath having deepened enough that the body's experience of itself is different from what it was an hour ago. Now allow this awareness, this feeling of the whole body resting, warm and heavy and breathing, to become something slightly larger than a physical inventory. Allow it to become an experience of inhabiting yourself, of being inside your own body in the specific, present, unhurried way that most of the waking hours do not allow, because the waking hours require the awareness to be directed outward, toward the world and the tasks and the people and the demands that the world and the tasks and the people produce. Tonight the awareness can be here, inside, in the warm and specific reality of this body that is yours and that has been carrying you so faithfully. Think of the body as a landscape, the muscles as quiet fields at the end of a long working day still, their labour finished, the dark lying softly over them, the blood as a slow river moving through warm country unhurried, delivering what needs delivering, receiving what needs receiving, doing its ancient and entirely self-directing work through every part of the terrain. The breath as a tide moving in and retreating, in and retreating, the rhythm of something vast and patient that has nothing to clear and nowhere to arrive. The heart at the centre of everything, steady as a drum in the middle of a sleeping world. Its rhythm, the deepest sound in this landscape, the one that has been there since before anything else, and that will continue long after the waking world resumes. Not loud, not demanding attention, simply present, as it has always been present, as it will always be present, doing the most essential and the most continuous work of this entire life, without once requiring acknowledgement from the person it is keeping alive. You live here. This is the country you have been living inside every day of your existence, and most days you pass through it without stopping, without spending a single conscious moment in the specific, warm, living, breathing reality of your own interior. Tonight, in the quiet and the warmth, with the anxiety held at a distance and the body finally given what it needed, you are fully here. Rest in it. There is no landscape more familiar and no place more completely yours. there is a part of the mind that has been monitoring this. You may have noticed it, the part that has been present throughout tonight's session, not as a recipient of what was being offered, but as an observer of whether it was working. The part that has been checking at intervals whether the relaxation has been deep enough, whether the releasing has been sufficient, whether the calm that was promised is arriving on schedule, whether tonight is going to be different from the other night, or whether it will eventually come to the same end, the same lying awake, the same mind running, the same morning arriving before the rest did. This is the anxiety wearing its most subtle disguise, not as a worry about external things, not tonight's particular version of the running concern, as a meta-worry, a worry about whether the worrying is being adequately addressed, a monitoring of the monitoring. The anxious mind, which has not fully received the permission to stop redirecting its activity from the usual content of anxiety toward the session itself, evaluating, assessing, measuring the experience against some imagined standard or correct relaxation and finding it wanting, or feeling it is wanting, or simply maintaining its vigilance by remaining in the habit of monitoring even when there is nothing that specifically requires it. Notice this, if it is present. Not with frustration, the monitoring mind has been trying to help, as it always has, as it always does. It is the same faithful guardian that has been the subject of earlier sections of tonight. The same part that has kept watch through all the difficult seasons of the listener's life. It did not stop being a guardian when the body scan ended, or when the worry was set down, or when the warmth arrived. It is still here, still engaged, still doing what it knows how to do, because what it knows how to do is the only thing it has been asked to do for a very long time. And tonight, with particular warmth and particular specificity, it can be told something true. The monitoring is no longer needed, not because the session has failed to produce the right experience, but because the right experience is already here, not approaching, not still on its way, already present, already real, already inhabiting the body, in the specific warmth and the specific heaviness and the specific quality of quiet that has been building through every chapter of tonight. The deep calm that was promised in the opening of this session is not somewhere ahead. It is not the thing that will arrive when the monitoring finally stops. It is here, right now, in the body that is warm, and the breath that is slow, and the mind that is quieter than it has been tonight. The monitoring mind is monitoring something that has already arrived. Let that land for a moment. The thing being waited for is here. The journey being tracked has reached its destination. The condition being assessed for whether it is sufficient is already more than sufficient. It is real, it is felt, it is the genuine and complete version of what tonight was always going to produce. The monitoring has been so practiced, so habitual, that it has continued past the point of its own usefulness. The watch that was being kept is being kept over something that no longer needs watching. It can rest now. Specifically, clearly, with full and genuine permission, the monitoring can stop. Not as a suppression of the vigilance as its completion. The vigilance did its job tonight. It stayed present through the body scan and the breathwork and the releasing of the worry. It ensured that the session was engaged with rather than simply passively received. It did what it does. And now, with the body warm and released, and the breath slow and the quiet genuinely present, the job is done. The watch is complete. There is nothing left to monitor, because everything that was being monitored for has arrived. Feel the difference that this makes. The slight additional softening in the chest when the monitoring stops. The breath that can be a little less observed and a little more simply lived. The mind that can be a little less occupied with the assessment of its own experience and a little more simply inside the experience itself. the quality of the quiet that deepens very slightly when the last piece of held effort, the effort of checking whether the rest is happening correctly, is released. You are already here. You have been here for several minutes. The arrival that the monocle was watching for happened quietly, without announcement. Somewhere in the middle of the last chapter, in the space between one breath and the next, in the moment when the body became warm enough and the mind became quiet enough that the thing being called deep calm was simply, genuinely, undeniably present. It is present right now. You are resting in it, and there is nothing left to do except remain. You made it through the day. Not perfectly, not without difficulty, not in the way that the most demanding part of you, the part that keeps the standard and measures the performance and notices every gap between how things were and how they could have been, might have wished, if that part had been given complete authority over how every moment of the day unfolded, but through, completely through, from the first moment of waking, when the anxiety was probably already present, before the eyes were fully open, through every hour of the day that followed, through whatever the morning asked, and the afternoon required, and the evening contained, all the way to here, this room, this dark, this breath, this particular and unrepeatable moment of lying down at the end of a day that asked what it asked and gave what it gave. That is not a small thing. Most people move through their days without ever stopping to acknowledge the simple and significant fact of having made it through. The day ends, and the next one begins, and the continuous forward movement of time means that each day's completion is immediately swallowed by the next day's beginning. No space between them, for the recognition that something real is accomplished simply by living the day fully and arriving at its end, still intact, still functioning, still here. But something real was accomplished today, and only you know the full accounting of what it cost. Not the external accounting, the tasks completed and the responsibilities met and the appearances maintained. The internal one, the specific, invisible, continuous cost of moving through an ordinary day inside the particular difficulty of a mind that does not rest. The conversation conducted while the anxiety ran underneath them, the focus maintained while the worry pulled at the attention from its position just behind the surface of things, the composure presented to the world while something considerably less composed was happening inside, the moment when the anxiety was loudest, when the chest tightened without warning and the breath shortened, and a specific physical fear arrived in the middle of something that should not have required fear in the moment, when the listener held it together anyway, not because it was easy, but because the alternative was not available. All of that was today, and nobody who was present for today's external events saw any of it. This is one of the loneliest things about carrying anxiety through the ordinary hours of an ordinary life. The effort is almost entirely invisible. The courage it takes, and it does take courage, the real kind, not the dramatic kind, but the daily, quiet, unremarkable kind that shows up and continues without recognition, that is unwitnessed by anyone except the person performing it. There are no ceremonies for the person who got through a difficult day that looked, from the outside, like any other day. There is no acknowledgement offered to the person who arrived at their evening still functional. after spending the entire day managing something that most people around them do not know they are managing. So let it be acknowledged here, now, tonight. You got through today, not because the anxiety was absent, it was present, as it tends to be present, doing its particular and exhausting work through the hours, not because everything went smoothly, or the worries resolved, or the uncertain things found their resolution, but because you showed up, because you brought yourself to the things that required your presence, because you gave what you had to give, made the decisions that were yours to make, carried what was yours to carry, and you did all of it from inside. A difficulty that made every one of those ordinary actions considerably less ordinary than they appeared. That is enough. Not as a consolation, as a genuine and specific statement about the person who has arrived at this bed tonight. What you did today was enough. Not insufficient and pending for tomorrow, in which you will finally do it properly. Enough. The full giving of what you had available to you to the specific day that was in front of you, with the specific resources the anxiety left available after taking what it took. That is always, in the end, the only measure that matters. And by that measure, the only honest one today was enough. Feel the body right now, and notice what is different from the body that lay down at the beginning of tonight. The shoulders that have fallen to somewhere they have not been since this morning. The chest that has opened around a heart that has been faithful through every difficult hour of this day and every difficult day before it. The breath that is slower and fuller and more at ease in the body that is moving through than it has been since before the waking hours began. The jaw that is soft, the hands that are open, the face that has released every performance it was asked to hold today, and returned to the simple, private, unobserved reality of a face at genuine rest. This is what making it through looks like from the inside. Not triumphant, not resolved. Simply this, a released body, a quieter mind, a person who carried the day all the way to its end, and then, with the specific wisdom of someone who has finally understood that the carrying does not have to continue through the night as well, set it down. You have done enough today, more than enough. There is a grief that tends to travel alongside chronic anxiety, and it deserves to be named tonight. Not the grief of specific losses, the named griefs that have their own acknowledged weight in their own recognized place in the emotional life, something quieter than those, and in some way more difficult to hold because it is harder to name and therefore harder to mourn. The grief for the self that existed before the anxiety became the dominant weather of the interior life. The self that wake up in the morning without the immediate arrival of the wave, the self that moves through the day without the continuous background management, the self that was present in ordinary moments, in conversations and meals, and small pleasures, and the unremarkable passing of hours without the anxiety occupying a portion of the available attention and pulling it sideways toward its particular concern. You may remember that self, perhaps clearly, from a time that can be specifically located in the history of this life, a particular period, a particular age, before something shifted in the nervous system toward the state it has been in since. Or perhaps, less clearly, perhaps the anxiety has been present for so long that the self without it is more imagined than remembered, a version of the person that lives in the stories told by people who knew them before, or in the particular quality of certain photographs, or simply in the quiet, persistent sense that there is a version of this life that should feel lighter than this life currently feels. Either way, the grief is real, the sense of having lost something that should not have had to be lost, of occupying a version of yourself that costs more than it should, of spending energy on the management of the interior weather that could have been available for other things, for the full presence in the moments that deserved full presence, for the spontaneity that anxiety tends to reduce, for the specific kind of aliveness that is available to a person who is not continuously braced against what might be coming. Let that grief be here tonight, not to be worked through or processed or resolved. Grief does not work on those timelines, and this is not the hour for that work, simply to be acknowledged, simply to have its presence recognized rather than moved past in a hurry to arrive at something more useful or more positive or more amenable to the goals of the session. The grief is part of what was brought to bed tonight. It is part of the weight that was set down in the release room. And like every part of what has been set down tonight, it deserves to be seen before it is released. You are not the first person to have lain in the dark with this particular grief. The comment sections of the recording that people like you have been finding in the dark for years are full of it. The 5,900 people who pressed like on 5 words that said exactly this: I want to be the person I used to be. The 561 who recognized themselves in the person who missed the child they were before the fear arrived. The thousands who have written in the specific vocabulary of this particular loss about the self they are reaching for and the distance between that self and the one they currently inhabit. They were not reaching across an impossible distance. This is the thing about the grief or the pre-anxiety self that is most important and most difficult to hold simultaneously with the grief itself, that the self being grieved has not disappeared, it has been covered. The anxiety covers it the way clouds cover the sun, completely enough that the sun's absence is felt as real, continuous enough that the absence begins to feel permanent, but the sun does not disappear because clouds are present. Its light does not stop existing because something has moved between it and the observer. The quiet that you have been resting in for the last several chapters of tonight is not manufactured. It is not produced by the session as something new. It is the actual quality of the consciousness that exists beneath the anxiety, the specific texture of the self that the anxiety has been covering. You have been resting in it. It has been new. And it has been available not because this session did something extraordinary, but because this session created enough of a gap in the clouds for the thing that was always there to be briefly, genuinely, specifically felt. That self is not gone. It is here, in the warmth, in the quieter mind, in the breath that is moving more freely than it was. It is here, in the specific quality of this moment, which is softer and more spacious than the day's version of you is used to occupy. It is here in the very fact that the releasing has been possible tonight, because a self that had been completely consumed by anxiety would not have been capable of releasing anything. The capacity to rest, the capacity to let go, the capacity to allow the body to soften and the mind to quiet that capacity belongs to the self beneath the anxiety. It is evidence of its continued presence. You are in the process of returning, not tonight, not in a single session, but the direction is the right one, and tonight is a step in it, and the self you have been missing is closer than it has felt for a long time. It is, in some quiet and specific and entirely real way, here, right now, resting in the warmth of this body, breathing in the slow rhythm of this breath, present in this dark, waiting patiently to be fully returned to. Your body has been trying to tell you something through all the hours of the anxiety. Not loudly, not in the way of a demand or an ultimatum or anything that required an immediate response. In the quiet, patient, persistent language that the body uses when it has something important to communicate and the mind is too occupied with other things to hear it. The tightness that gathered in the chest sometime around mid-morning and stayed there, carried forward through every hour that followed, telling the truth about the state of the interior, even when the exterior was presenting something different. The fatigue that arrived in the eyes in the early afternoon, that particular heaviness that is not quite tiredness, but is the body's first clear indication that the day has been long enough and the rest will be needed. The way the breath shortened during the most demanding moments, the body responding honestly and immediately to distress that the mind was managing while appearing to manage nothing at all. The body always tells the truth. It does not have access to the social and emotional intelligence that the mind uses to navigate the world, the capacity for adjustment, for presentation, for the careful management of how things appear versus how things are. The body simply responds to stress and to safety, to connection and to threat, to the genuine and the performed, to what is actually happening, and not to the version of what is happening that the managed exterior presents. The tension that arrived when something was genuinely difficult was the body's honest record of that difficulty. The relief that came when something eased was the body's honest record of that easing. Every signal the body has sent today has been true. And what it has been trying to tell you through all of those honest signals, through all of the todays and the days before, it is something simpler and more important than any of the specific messages about tension or fatigue or the need for rest. that has been trying to tell you that it is on your side, not against you, not failing you, not a source of the anxiety symptoms, though it has been the medium through which the symptoms have been expressed, not a system that has been working against the listener's well-being through its production of chest tightness and shallow breath and elevated shoulders and all the other physical manifestations of a nervous system in its alert. Strength on your side, completely, consistently, unconditionally, through every difficult day and every difficult night and every moment of the long and exhausting history of carrying this through the ordinary hours of an ordinary life. Every signal it sent today is care. The tightening in the chest when the anxiety arrived is the body responding to a perceived threat with everything it had, mobilizing, preparing, doing its job of protecting the person it carried, with the urgency and the completeness that the job has always required. The shallow breath was the body rationing its resources against the danger it could not confirm was absent. The elevated shoulders were the body bracing for impact in the specific physical way that the stress response produces. These were not the body failing. These were the body succeeding at the task it was performing, the task of protecting the listener from harm, as it has always performed that task, as it has never for a single moment stopped performing. The body has never been anything other than entirely on your side, through every difficult day of the anxiety's presence, through every night that did not give it enough rest, through every morning that it woke to the worry already running, through every hour in which it was asked to carry more than carrying should have to cost. The body continued. It breathed, it circulated, it maintained, it repaired what could be repaired with the resources available. It kept the listener present in their life through conditions that would have been easier to simply stop navigating. It has never once stopped choosing the listener. Let that reach somewhere tonight that does not ordinarily receive it, not the part that acknowledges it intellectually and adds it to the list of things known about the body's functioning, somewhere deeper, the part that has been hard on the body, that has criticized it for its symptoms, interpreted its honest communication as failure, felt frustrated by the anxiety's physical manifestations, as though the body were producing them in opposition to the listener's wishes, rather than in faithful service of what the body understood to be its most important job. The body was never in opposition. It has never been anything except the most loyal companion the listener has ever had. More loyal than any relationship, more consistently present than any support, more unconditional in its care than anything the outside world has been able to provide. It has been here through everything. It is here, right now, warm and released, and breathing slowly in the dark. Still doing what it has always done, still choosing the listener, still on their side, in a specific and absolute way that the body is always on the side of the life it is carrying. Tonight, finally, after all the days of carrying and all the nights of insufficient rest, let the body receive something in return, not gratitude necessarily, not a feeling that needs to be manufactured, simply the recognition you have been faithful, you have always been faithful, and I know it now. Sleep is very close now. You can probably feel it not as a destination that still requires effort to reach, not as something on the far side of the next technique, or the next instruction, or the next correct performance of whatever the night has been asking, as something that is already here, already present at the edges of the awareness, already beginning to soften the boundary between the waking state and the sleeping one, in the quiet and gradual way that genuine sleep approaches, when the conditions are right and the resistance has been given enough of what it needed to ease. The thoughts, if there are thoughts, are different from what they were at the beginning of tonight. Not absent thoughts do not simply disappear at the threshold of sleep, any more than clouds disappear at the threshold of a gentle wind, but different in quality, softer at their edges, less linear in their movement. The specific sharpness of the anxious alert thought, the one that arrives with urgency and pulls the attention toward it with the force of something requiring an immediate response, that quality has reduced. The thoughts that are present now are more like the beginning of images than the continuation of arguments, more like something half-remembered than something urgently pressing, more like the loose, slightly surprising, not quite connected movements of the mind that is beginning to transition from one state into another. This is the approach of sleep, not the performance of sleep, not the lying very still and breathing slowly and waiting for unconsciousness to arrive on schedule. The actual, physical, neurological approach of the state that the body has been moving towards across the entire course of tonight. The hypnagogic state, the specific and extraordinary territory between waking and sleeping, where the mind begins to loosen its grip on the ordinary logic of waking consciousness, and the images start to form without direction, where the body is heavy and still, and the awareness is light and drifting, where the careful distinction between what is real and what is imagined begins. Very gently, to soften. You may already be here. If you are, there is nothing to do except allow it to continue. The voice will continue, not asking anything, not directing anything, simply present in the room, and in the awareness, in the way that a warm light is present in the room, not requiring attention, simply there. The part of you that receives, even as sleep, is already listening, has been listening through the entire session, taking in what was offered, even in the moments when the conscious mind was elsewhere, and will continue to receive what follows, even as the conscious mind releases its grip on the waking world and the sleep takes over. You do not need to stay awake for anyone. Let the eyelids be heavy. They already are. They have been resting in their closed position throughout this session, not through effort but through ease. The natural position of eyes that are done with the waking world for tonight. Let the weight of them be felt, not the effort of keeping them closed, but the ease of it, the specific heaviness of eyelids that have committed completely to this darkness and have no interest in anything on the other side of it. Let the body be heavy. It already is the full, warm, surrendered weight of it against the surface that has been holding it throughout this night, holding it without condition, without requiring anything in return, simply present and supported beneath every part of the body that has released itself to it. Every part of you is being held right now. Nothing is carrying itself. Nothing is required to maintain its position through its own effort. The mattress is doing all the holding, as it has been doing all night, and the body can simply rest in that holding, without reservation or condition, or the faint underlying sense that the support might be withdrawn. Let the mind grow soft at its edges. Let the thoughts, whatever remains of them, become less distinct, less like sentences that demand to be followed, and more like sounds heard from another room, present, perhaps, but not requiring anything, not pulling the attention toward them, simply part of the background of the night, fading as the sleep comes forward. The voice will be here through the hours ahead. through every cycle of the night, through every hour of the dark, through the deep and the shallow, and the dreaming and the dreamless, the voice will continue, quietly carrying the thread of tonight's releasing forward through the sleep that is coming. It does not need the conscious mind to receive it. The sleeping mind is already open, already receptive, already taking in what is offered in the specific and direct way that the subconscious receives what the conscious mind has stopped filtering. Good night. Not as a formality, as something genuinely, specifically, warmly meant from a voice that has been with you through every chapter of tonight, and that knows, with complete certainty, that the rest you are moving into now is exactly what you have earned, and exactly what your body has been waiting for. You are held, tonight and always. You are completely held. These words will stay with you through the night, not as something that requires listening, not as content that needs to be tracked or followed or ensured that it is being received in the correct way, simply as a presence, the way warmth is a presence in a room, the way darkness is a presence in this particular hour, the way the breath is being a presence through every moment of this entire session, not demanding anything, not asking the conscious mind to remain available for it, simply flowing through the room and through the quiet and into the body that is resting here, the mind that is grown still, the awareness that is softened from its waking sharpness into the loose, open, gently receptive quality that lives at the threshold of sleep. The part of you that receives even now is already open. It has been open for some time, since somewhere in the middle chapters of tonight, when the body released enough, and the breath deepened enough, and the mind quieted enough that the boundary between conscious reception and something deeper began to soften. That deeper receiving does not require the analytical mind's participation. It does not need to be understood or processed or filed in the way that waking information is filed. It simply arrives and lands and settles into the places where it belongs, into the specific belief and the specific fear and the specific self-perception that anxiety has been shaping for a long time, offering a different account of things, a truer account, one that the waking mind in its defended and vigilant state often cannot fully receive. The sleeping mind can receive it. The words that follow are for that mind, for the part of you that continues even in sleep, that processes and integrates even in sleep, that is shaped by what it receives even in sleep, in ways that the morning version of you will feel, but not necessarily be able to specifically locate. They are written in the first person, because the sleeping mind does not distinguish clearly between a statement heard and a statement made. Both register as something true about the self. They are written in the present tense, because the sleeping mind lives in the present tense. They are written with complete specificity to the experience of anxiety and the work of tonight, because specificity is what makes something land, rather than pass over without touching anything. Simply receive them. Do not try to hold them, or remember them, or ensure they are making an impression. The trying would pull the conscious mind back into its waking activity, and the conscious mind is no longer needed tonight. The trying would reintroduce the effort that the entire session has been gently and patiently releasing. There is no trying left in this night. There is only the warmth and the breath and the slow, continuous, completely effortless receiving of what follows the way a field receives rain, not choosing to receive, not performing the reception, simply open and available and present in the way that living things are present when they have been given what they needed and are resting in the having of it. Let the breath be the rhythm. One slow affirmation for each complete breath cycle, arriving with the inhale, settling with the exhale. The brief pause at the bottom of the breath with a quiet lid, receiving each one before the next begins. This rhythm is not accidental. The breath, at its resting pace, creates a specific interval between each statement, long enough for the statement to move past the surface of the receiving mind and reach somewhere a little deeper, short enough that the continuity is maintained, the thread running through the night unbroken. The voice will continue at this pace through the hours ahead, not getting louder, not becoming more insistent, simply continuing the same warmth, the same unhurried presence, the same complete absence of demand. The same voice that has been here through every chapter of tonight is the voice that will be here through every hour of the dark. There is nothing to adjust to and nothing new to prepare for. Simply drift. The word will find you wherever the sleep takes you. The affirmations will do their quiet work through every cycle of the night, arriving in the shallow cycles, arriving in the deep ones, present through the dreaming and the dreamless, weaving their way through the sleeping mind with the patient consistency of water finding its level. You do not need to do anything more tonight. You have already done everything. The rest is being given to you now, not as something earned through sufficient performance, not as a reward for completing the session correctly, but as the simple, natural, completely unconditional gift of a body finally allowed to do what it was always built to do. Receive it. That is all. That is everything. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, my body knows how to rest, and I trust it completely tonight. Breathing out, I am safe here, in this body, in this room, in this moment. Breathing in, the worry does not live in this breath, in this warmth, in this night. Breathing out, I have done enough today, and I am enough tonight. Breathing in, my nervous system is settling, slowly and completely, breath by breath. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, the things I fear are not present in this room right now. Breathing out, my shoulders are low, my hands are open, my breath is full and free. Breathing in. I am not my anxious thoughts. I am the quiet that lives beneath them. Breathing out. My body is warm, and the night is long, and I am resting. Breathing in. I let go of what I cannot solve or change between now and morning. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with deep, slow, and gentle breath. Breathing in. I am healing right now, in every sound, in every slow exhale. Breathing out. The worry can rest alongside me. I do not have to carry it alone. Breathing in. I am safe. I am held. I am exactly where I need to be tonight. Breathing out. Tomorrow will meet itself when it arrives. Tonight I am in rest. Breathing in. My body is wise and faithful and has always been on my side. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with deep, slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. The night is long and quiet and made entirely for this rest. Breathing out. Each exhale carries the tension a little further from my body. Breathing in. With each breath out, the anxiety softens, and I soften with it. Breathing out. I have always been worth this rest, this quiet, this care. Breathing in. My body heals while I sleep. It is healing right now. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. I am not alone in this night. Something steady is holding me. Breathing out. The breath is continuous and faithful and entirely on my side. Breathing in. I drift gently into the deep and healing rest my body needs. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My heart beats steadily and my mind grows still and I rest. Breathing out. I am healing. I am resting. I am exactly where I need to be. Breathing in. The deep calm is here. I am inside it. I remain. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My body is returning to itself slowly, completely, tonight. Breathing out. I trust the body that has carried me through every difficult day. Breathing in. The releasing that happened tonight is real and it is mine. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My jaw is soft. My hands are open. My breath is free. Breathing out. The day is behind me and the night is kind and I rest. Breathing in. I am more than my anxiety. I am the quiet beneath it. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. Sleep is there. The body is ready. I allow it now. Breathing out. I receive this rest as the gift it has always been. Breathing in. My nervous system is safe and my body is warm and I sleep. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. The night holds me completely and I release into it fully. Breathing out. I am healing. I am resting. I am held. I am home. Breathing in. capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing in. My anxiety does not define me. It has never been who I am. Breathing out. I am returning to myself, slowly and completely and without thought. Breathing in. There is a quiet in me that the anxiety cannot reach. Breathing out. I have survived every difficult day so far, and I will meet what comes next. Breathing in. I am worthy of rest and peace, and the specific care of this night. Breathing out. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing in. The person I am becoming is not afraid of what the morning holds. Breathing out. I carry the calm of this night with me into the day ahead. Breathing in. I choose to release what I cannot control between now and morning. Breathing out. My mind is learning to rest, and tonight it is resting fully. Breathing in. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing in. The worry that followed me today does not follow me into sleep. Breathing out. I wake tomorrow, clearer and stronger and more fully myself. Breathing in. I am not the worst version of my fears. I am more than them. Breathing out. The body that has been carrying me is resting and healing tonight. Breathing in. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing out. The quiet beneath the anxiety has always been mine. It is mine tonight. Breathing in. I release the tightness in my chest with every exhale. Breathing out. I release the elevation in my shoulders with every exhale. Breathing in. I release the weight of the day with every exhale. Breathing out. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing in. My breathing is slow, and my body is warm, and I am safe. Breathing out. I have given the body what it needed, and the body is receiving it. Breathing in. The deep rest of this night is restoring what the day has asked of me. Breathing out. I wake tomorrow with more than I had when I lay down tonight. Breathing in. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing out. The person I was before the anxiety is not gone, they are returning. Breathing in. Each night of genuine rest is a step in the direction of that returning. Breathing out. Tonight is that step. This breath is that step. This moment is that step. Breathing in. I am moving in the right direction, slowly, genuinely, completely. Breathing out. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing in. I rest now in the knowledge that I have done what I could today. Breathing out. I release the judgment of what was not done and could have been different. Breathing in. What was given today is the full measure of what was available to give. Breathing out. That is always, in the end, enough. Breathing in. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing out. The night is long and quiet, and the body is healing, and I sleep. Breathing in. I am held by the warmth of this body, and this bed, and this dark. Breathing out. I am healing. I am returning. I am resting in what I have always been. Breathing in. I am capable of meeting whatever tomorrow brings. Breathing out. release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, my body knows how to rest, and I trust it completely. Breathing out, I am safe here, in this warmth, in this quiet, in this night. Breathing in, the worry has been set down, and the body is healing. Breathing out, I am more than my anxious thoughts. I am the quiet beneath them. Breathing in, I have done enough today. I am enough tonight. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, my nervous system is receiving the rest it has needed. Breathing out, each exhale carries the tension further from my body. Breathing in, each inhale brings warmth into the places where the tension was. Breathing out, I am held by something steady, warm, and entirely on my side. Breathing in, I drift deeper into the healing rest my body has been asking for. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, the night is long and the body is healing, and I am resting. Breathing out, my shoulders are low and my hands are open and my breath is free. Breathing in, the chest that was tight is opening with each slow exhale. Breathing out, the jaw that was held is soft now, the muscles at rest. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, my heart is steady and faithful and entirely on my side. Breathing in, the worry does not live in this breath, in this warmth, in this dark. Breathing out, I am not alone in this night. I have never been alone in this. Breathing in, something holds me here, the warmth, the dark, the faithful breath. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, I am capable of meeting whatever the morning brings. Breathing out, my anxiety does not define me. It has never been who I am. Breathing in, there is a quiet in me that the anxiety cannot reach tonight. Breathing out, I carry the calm of this night into the day that follows. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, my body heals while I sleep. It is healing through every hour. Breathing in, the cortisol of the day is cooling with each slow exhale. Breathing out, the muscles that held the anxiety are warming and releasing. Breathing in, the nervous system is moving from its alert state toward its resting one. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, I wake tomorrow clearer and warmer and more full of myself. Breathing out, the person I was before the anxiety is not gone, they are here. Breathing in, each night of genuine rest returns me a little further toward them. Breathing out, tonight is one of those nights. This rest is real. This returning is real. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, I am safe. I am held. I am healing. I am resting. Breathing in, the breath is continuous, and I follow it into the dark. Breathing out, the warmth is real, and I rest inside it without condition. Breathing in, the quiet is mine, and I receive it without apology. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, my body is loyal, and has always been loyal, and I know it now. Breathing out, every difficult day was survived inside this faithful body. Breathing in, every night of rest was received inside this faithful body. Breathing out, every moment of genuine calm was held inside this faithful body. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, the night holds me completely, and I release into it fully. Breathing in, There is nothing to monitor and nothing to protect against tonight. Breathing out. The watch is over, and the guard can rest, and the body can heal. Breathing in. I trust the intelligence of the body that has been keeping me here. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My breathing is slow and steady, and the body follows it down. Breathing out. The mind is softer than it was, and the thoughts are quieter. Breathing in. The gaps between the thoughts are longer, and the quiet is deeper. Breathing out. I rest in the gap. I rest in the quiet. I rest in the warmth. Breathing in. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out. I am worthy of this rest, without condition and without reservation. Breathing in. I do not need to have earned this rest. I need only to receive it. Breathing out. I receive it now, fully, in the warmth of this body in this dark. Breathing in. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out. The day that was difficult is behind me now, completely finished. Breathing in. What it asked has been given, and what it gave has been received. Breathing out. It is complete, not resolved, not perfect, simply complete. Breathing in, and the night ahead is long and unhurried, and entirely mine. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My body is a landscape at rest. Quiet fields, a slow river, a steady drive. Breathing out. The blood moves through warm country without urgency or demand. Breathing in. The breath moves like a tide in and retreating, vast and patient. Breathing out. The heart beats at the center of everything, steady and faithful and mine. Breathing in. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out. I am the quiet beneath the anxiety. I have always been the quiet. Breathing in. The anxiety is the weather passing. I am the sky it passes through. Breathing out. The sky is not damaged by the weather. I am not damaged by the anxiety. Breathing in. I am here, underneath all of it, patient and warm and intact. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. Sleep carries me gently through each hour of this healing night. Breathing out. The affirmations continue through the dark and the sleeping mind this evening. Breathing in. What is offered here is received without effort and without condition. Breathing out. The rest deepens with each passing hour, and the body is grateful. Breathing in. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out. I am healing. I am resting. I am returning to myself. Breathing in. The night is kind, and the body is wise, and the breath is faithful. Breathing out. I am held through every hour of this dark by something steady and warm. Breathing in. I release into it completely, the holding, the warmth, the faithful dark. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in. My body heals while I sleep, and I trust it to lead the way. Breathing out. The cellular work of restoration is happening in every part of me now. Breathing in. The immune system is receiving what it could not receive in the alert state. Breathing out. The cortisol is clearing, and the muscles are releasing, and the body is healing. Breathing in. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out. I am not the worst version of my fears. I never have been. Breathing in. I am the person who has gotten through every difficult day so far. Breathing out. I am the person who showed up today when showing up was hard. Breathing in. I am the person who pressed play tonight when something in them still believed. Breathing out. I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, that belief was right. The rest is real. The healing is happening. Breathing out, the calm that was promised at the beginning of tonight is here. Breathing in, it has been here for some time, quietly, genuinely, without announcement. Breathing out, and it will be here through every remaining hour of this night. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, the breath is here, the warmth is here, the quiet is here, I am here. Breathing in, nothing is required of me between now and morning except this. Breathing out, simply being here, simply breathing, simply resting in what tonight has given. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, the night restores what the day asked of me, fully and completely. Breathing in, I wake tomorrow with something I did not have when I lay down. Breathing out, rest, genuine, deep, restorative, body-led rest. Breathing in, the kind that changes something that effort alone cannot change. Breathing out, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing in, I am safe here. I have always been safe here. Breathing out, the body has always been on my side. It is on my side right now. Breathing in, the night has always been available for this. It is available right now. Breathing out, the rest has always been possible. It is happening right now. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, I am held, I am warm, I am healing, I am resting. Breathing in, I am returning to myself with each slow and faithful breath. Breathing out, I am here, I am breathing, I am healing. Breathing in, that is enough. Breathing out, that has always been enough. Breathing in, I release the anxiety with each slow and gentle breath. Breathing out, the body rests, the mind stills, the night continues. Breathing in, and somewhere in the quiet between one breath and the next, breathing out, I am already home. Breathing in, I am already home. Breathing out, I am already home.